Okay. All right. Good afternoon. It is currently 5:07 on February 5th, 2025, and this is the District of Columbia State Board of Education working session. It is now called to order. The working session is being streamed live on the State Board's YouTube page for members of the public to view. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Executive Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Barnes. Representative Lynn. Representative Mayor.
Present.
Representative Ting.
Here, present, virtual.
Representative Beck.
Present.
Representative Chang.
Present.
Representative Colson. Representative Boulay.
Here.
Representative Henderson.
Present.
Representative Johnson Law.
Hey, I'm present.
Representative Thompson.
Yeah, I'm not gonna steal my joy.
Present.
Vice President, Vice President Williams. President Passion.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Director. A quorum has been determined and the State Board will now proceed with the meeting. At this time, I will share my legislative report. I will give this to you in print, but I will give you the overview. There is only one meeting that has occurred since the election and the change, transition, and leadership in the middle of last month, and that meeting was held on the 25th with on the 21st with Oxford. And in that meeting, of course, was Kate, Andrew, the interim superintendent, myself, Denise, our director, Ben. There was a very small agenda on that particular day. What we discussed basically was the health and PE standards, early literacy task force, recommendations, implementation, and graduation requirements of memo. And then the director also spoke very quickly about arranging one-on-one meetings with members. Okay, so I don't know if that's been scheduled yet, but that's what she mentioned. In regards to the health and PE standards, we're going to be delaying the release of those for further revisions internally. So I'll just leave that there. There'll be no public comment period until another time. But there are reasons rationale behind that. In regards to the early literacy task force recommendations and implementation, as we see, I'm reading my note. We basically asked what are their plans to implement the recommendations without additional legislation or funding. So we asked that question of them. Obviously, it's continuing across the board to implement all of the recommendations. And we're just going to try to make sure that we're both accountable for that. And obviously, we'll share a full written update on the details coming soon. In regards to the graduation requirements, there's a heads up that it is coming in early February. It's a memo with questions in response to OSCE's presentation of their initial thoughts on the graduation requirements from the November working session. And that is basically, as I said, there was more discussion about the one-on-one meetings with the new members, with Dr. Colson and Representative Johnson Law, but that was the gist of it. It was not a long meeting. Again, it was the first time that myself and the vice president got to meet with them. So basically some pleasantries and a few discussions, but that was the gist of that first meeting. Are there any questions? All right. With there being no questions, I will now turn to the executive director for her report.
I have two. I'm sorry.
Go right ahead,
I'm
ma'am.
online.
No problem.
First question. So the health standards, are they pulled or all together, or are they delayed?
So ask one more time. Are they what together?
Have they
Are they pulled? Are they permanently pulled, or are they delayed?
I believe from my understanding of the conversation, they are delayed.
And with the delay, are there certain things that they are going to revisit and then share, like with the social studies standards, or have they shared with you the current iteration for feedback?
We have not shared the current iteration, and I believe, we can all kind of surmise that under the current administration, they want to make sure that when they do present that we have done our due diligence as far as some of the things that we had in there previously. That's why they're kind of delayed.
I think they're moving to further notice. They have no timeline.
Yeah, they don't have a timeline. They did not state that they're pulled indefinitely or anything like that. They have no timeline. They just said, for right now, they're looking at it.
Okay, but they haven't shared, so like I'll use social studies as an example. When the social studies standards came across the first time and they were delayed, there were some specific things that might have cause for concern. And they shared them with the leadership and said, hey, here are like the 5 things that we're gonna go back and revisit. But they haven't like given any specifics. They're just saying, just generally, they're concerned, or are there specific things that they're gonna like workshop and come back to?
They gave us no specifics whatsoever, Representative Thompson. They just said they're gonna pull it for right now, delay them for a while.
Okay, thank you. My recommendation would be to follow up with OSSI and request more specifics around what exactly they're going to do in the indefinite timeline to make them, or if they're scrapping it altogether.
You can do that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I would also say that these were pulled by recommendation of the deputy mayor. Like she made clear that it was not a decision like just OSSI internally, that it was a joint decision between her and like her bosses, to pull those, and to pull them down. So they are not willing to send us any versions or copies because they do not want any out. So they also pulled them from their entire website.
Thank you.
Yeah. But they did not, as President Patterson said, did not provide a new timeline. But they said, for now, they have pulled it.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Were there other questions? Thank you. Okay, now we'll turn back to Executive Director Butler for the report.
Okay. Good evening, members of the DC State Board. Over the last month, I completed onboarding conversations with the board president and vice president. The team has also successfully completed our first RFP with our agency fiscal officer and work with Octo to identify technology solutions for our pre-card management request system and the solution for creating a financial dashboard for the agency. The Universal Public School Nurses for Safety Students Amendment Act of 2025 was submitted to the council, and the team spent significant time preparing for the state board retreat, which took place on February 1st. I want to thank the entire SBOE team for their hard work related to the board retreat. It was amazing. Good job, guys. We are currently preparing for testimony for our performance and budget oversight hearings. Myself, Deputy Director Briones, and our PIO and group are scheduled to visit to council members to share hard copies of the SBOE annual report. We will be working, and we are currently also working with the Office of the Attorney General to respond to a subpoena from Meta. Members should also be on the lookout for financial disclosure emails beginning in March from Vega. If you have not completed a Vega training, please see my update emails from January. It has a link to their trainings. Also, if you have not scheduled a one-on-one with me, please do so by the end of February. Your input, thoughts, and concerns are important to our team and how we operate. The notes and follow-up from this weekend's retreat will be emailed out later this week. Please review the email and submit your committee preferences by Tuesday. Lastly, if you have any agenda items for our DME or state superintendent meetings, please email them by the close of business on Monday, February 10th. Any questions?
Questions for Director Butler? I'm looking around and listening for vertical. I'm not seeing any. Thus far. So with that being said, next on our agenda is a debrief of the January public meeting panel on indoor air quality. Members, you have in your materials a summary of the documents with key highlights from the panel. Do members have any comments or next steps they would like to raise? I'm looking at Representative Goulet, who
Well,
seems to have a question on that.
I would like to, I think discussing this probably with the resolution would make more sense than discussing it with the panel. I thought the panel was really helpful. But I still have some of the same questions about the resolution, so let's just cover it when we get there, maybe. That makes sense to you. Because that's on the agenda. Okay. I'll hold till then.
You'll hold your questions until we talk about the resolution itself.
Yes.
Yes, Representative Henderson.
I just want to thank everyone for agreeing to host this panel, and I found it very illuminating. I hope that all of us will just keep this issue in mind, especially when we're thinking about absenteeism and student performance, because there is a pretty clear link. And so I hope that we will just keep that in mind, and as we work with our schools to make sure that their facilities are appropriate for learning, to keep air quality in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other comments? I appreciate it. Very fast. I was looking for a little bit more debate this evening, but I'm not gonna stop you guys or make you guys make comments or anything like that.
It's coming, don't
But-
worry.
It's coming, right? Oh, yeah, it's coming, yeah.
It's
I mean,
coming.
Mr. President, it's coming.
I appreciate that. We'll now move to our public meeting panel discussion. As a reminder to members, our policy fellows include the public meeting panel topic tracker in the weekly roundup email. That document is where members should enter their ideas. At the last working session, we decided to postpone the March vote. Therefore, tonight we will focus on potential topics for our March and April panels. We have several topics to discuss and consider this evening that are carryovers from last month's discussion, along with new additions. I will read them one by one, along with the name of the members who identified them, okay? So what I have is community schools from Vice President Williams. FY 26 budget priorities, Representative Thompson. Federal education landscape, Representative Goulet. Availability of advanced coursework, Representative Chang. Competency-based credits for world languages, Representative Chang. Are there any others that we want to consider this evening?
If I may, I'd actually like to have a deletion to it. I think what I was suggesting is that maybe we would want to look at actual changes once they were proposed, you know, and the impact of it. But since nothing's been proposed at this point, I think we can delete federal changes from this discussion.
Okay,
Unless anybody else wants to keep it there. I think I was just suggesting that it'd be something to be mindful of, but I don't know that a public discussion on that would be helpful right now.
okay. Representative Thompson?
I agree with Representative Goulet about the federal landscape. I would just flag, since we voted to have our February topics be about the health standards. Are we going to update that? Are we going to leave that? Given we don't have a timeline on that work.
Well, that was gonna be my question, like, if they're pausing or delaying, then is that appropriate for us to have this discussion right now until we get further guidance from them?
How far along are we on the planning and speakers and so on? Pretty far.
We have 2 confirmed panelists and several others who we're sort of waiting for partners to reach back. So currently we have the Director of Education and Outreach Programs from Shape America, which is a consortium that our standards are based on. And Jamar Roundtree, who is a health and PE teacher from Center City, yes, Center City, was also a national DC Teacher of the Year and a finalist for National Teacher of the Year. We've also reached out to BCPS for potentially an adopted PE teacher, as well as NASB, who connected with people to speak about community health.
Representative Goulet.
I mean, I appreciate the work, you put into it, Kathleen. I think it would have been useful to have this if the standards were there, but since they're not there, and, when they do come down, we'll want to have a panel. I think it'd be just premature to spend a panel discussing standards that, haven't been proposed and that won't be ready to be proposed. So I think we have a lot of other valuable topics on the list. Let's use them, for February. And then if we want to put something in place for March too, we could, but I think it would really make sense to have, for many reasons, to have a different topic for February.
I'm gonna turn to Director Butler and just ask the question for staff. If we were to decide that we want to help, we have 2 weeks.
Well, considering that you will have 2 weeks and we don't have a topic now, we haven't identified, it usually takes us a month to identify speakers depending on the topic, like we haven't planned a second topic. So there's been zero outreach to any potential people. And I will say this in terms of staff availability, we won't have it, like we plan staff time to do. Right now, we have 45 questions for performance oversight that need to be done by the 21st. We have 22 questions from Meta or Subpoena that we're also putting together. There is no capacity to change route. Or I think we can eliminate the panel for this month and postpone it, but to try to find new people and get them prepped and in place in 2 weeks, I think is a very tight turnaround with the things we have on our plate right now. Knowing that immediately after that, we have to shift focus to do performance oversight questions and respond to the subpoena that the Attorney General has shared with us.
Representative Henderson looks as though you have an idea.
Well, I was gonna say that we probably can't substitute, but we don't have to have a panel. I imagine we would have to vote to eliminate it since we didn't vote to have it, but I would add my voice to, it probably doesn't make sense to have a panel. Even though we don't have it.
And that's what I want to hear, robust conversation on that. Representative Johnson Long.
Thank you, Mr. President. Or, alternate suggestion, because the staff has put so much work into it. And I also want us to honor all of the work that they've done, even though this work is on pause. Maybe we could kind of treat it as like a working session, right? We could hear we could hear their ideas, we can hear what they're doing in other places. And again, we could just hold it, you know what I mean? We could just be like, okay, at least we have a sense of like what's happening, what's going on. So that way, when the conversation comes back around, we have like a starting point. I just appreciate Kathleen and as Director Butler said, all of the work that they have already put into it.
Well, I mean, it's less work. We've invited all the people and all of that, and so it's just handled on such short notice, like other panelists. But there's also, again, I think either way, if you tell people it's work that can be saved for another time. I think if you're gonna shift the panel, you can also just have to make sure that when it's rescheduled, that the panelists are available at that time.
My next question would be, Director, we haven't advertised anything as of yet.
No, the
For the public meeting as of yet.
Not the panel topic, not to the public, no.
Okay, that was my other question.
That, those usually go out the next week, the week before the meeting,
Yeah,
so that people know.
because that's a determining factor as a person who looks at those and how much the community knows, and the public knows and stuff like that. And if there's been no actual advertisement or publicizing of that or what the panel will be on and stuff like that, I'm starting to fall under the kind of guys, let's cancel it for now. We don't have a panel for February. Appreciate all the work, unfortunately, that has gone into this, but seeing what has happened with standards, that we not have a panel for February. that's where I'm leaning. I'm always open to other thoughts of the members that are here. And I believe we would have to take, directly, we have to take a vote on that if he did.
Well, that's one of the areas, state working both during the concession is on panel topics. So if you all would like to cancel it, you would have to vote to eliminate it from the public meeting agenda for February.
So with that being said, before we get into thinking about what's next month in March. I guess parliamentary wise, we have to move a motion to take a vote on that.
That's what you would like to, I mean, you can move it at any time, you can move it now, you can move it later in the agenda. Yeah, but you just need to take a vote.
I would like to move it at this particular point, that we take, I would entertain a motion to postpone, the health panel for another time. To the circumstances that we're dealing with, like that.
So moved.
It's been so moved, second. Second. It's been properly moved and seconded.
Boulay,
Boulay and Henderson. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Okay, so we are going to postpone the March meeting. I hope the people.
No.
February.
We're not March meeting, I apologize, February.
No, just the panel.
Just
the panel.
I apologize. The panel. We are postponing the panel for February.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I don't know if we recorded also, those online.
They did not take themselves off of, so I can't unmute them, but.
Thank you for that.
So, Mr. President, does that mean basically like we just go into public witnesses?
Yes, that is.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah. And all the other things that that people voted on, there'll still be remarks from the superintendent, there'll be
Okay.
remarks from leadership, other witnesses, and then whatever administrative.
All right, now we'll go back to,
Well, I do have a concern about the March working session, but that's a separate topic.
Okay.
It's not a panel topic, so I'll wait further down the list.
that being said, I'm gonna go back to, the suggestions one by one that were for the March panel. And I'm going to start with community schools, so I'm coming to Vice President Williams.
Yes, so the original idea here, and I am also, let me say, like, open to hearing other ideas. This was just something that was referenced at a previous working session that I know is also a community need, is thinking about how we're looking at, the holistic supports that schools have, right, with the community schools model. I did reach out to Aussie about this to kind of get some data, around like how they categorize the community schools in particular places, and I did not get a clear response from that. But it was just something that I know that we don't know what the budget exactly will look like in the upcoming year, and we know that there are a variety of community needs as well. So it was just a topic that I think we should consider, but not necessarily something that is the top priority for March.
Thank you. Any questions? Vice President Williams. Oh, quiet. Representative Goulet.
I support that for the March panel. I think at some point, either April or May, I'd like to look at the issue of bullying in schools if possible and hear from people. I don't feel like I'm ready for that discussion in March though. So if we could just kind of put that in the lineup to have at a later meeting to consider, I'd like to do that, but definitely support the community schools for March.
And can I ask a clarifying question about the community schools? Is it that you just want to know about the grants that Aussie funds, or would you let you know about the community schools that are in district one? Which is a different question. It's a different subject. It's not necessarily the same.
We're saying there are schools that Aussie.
So Aussie doesn't fund DCPS schools. DCPS has federal money for community schools that does not go through Aussie whatsoever. They apply through those money directly through the Department of Education.
Right.
So, but that money is not. So like Aussie doesn't evaluate DCPS on how they do their community school because it's not funded by Aussie. So if you get information from Aussie, it won't include, I'm not saying it won't include any DCPS schools, but those are just grants that people have applied for. But like sort of I mean, we could ask Jennifer Fairby about it, but, they have a separate pot of money which they fund their community schools.
Okay. I think that's something that needs to be considered. I'm also wondering kind of how the broader federal picture factors into this with regards to potential federal funding cuts to those grant programs. So I'm wondering about like the timing of that. I think the original intent was to be able to look at like what was working and what's not, to be able to provide more supports for schools and to make sure that we had broader wraparound services. But I'm not sure that it will play out in the same way now that I'm thinking, based off of what our current position is with regards to getting federal money.
Were there other comments? And we're gonna reserve until we go through these, you know, people can definitely tell what they feel for March, whatever. But we will take a vote for March, once I hear from everyone. We're coming to Representative Thompson on the FY budget priorities. If you'd like to speak on that, ma'am.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if this is, I feel like it's pretty straightforward and self-explanatory. It's budget season. And often there are things that the public raises around the budget that they want us to advocate for. I know in previous years, folks have not been able to, there's not been a lot of variety, I'll say, in the timing around the hearing dates. And we as a state board have been trying to establish other opportunities to talk about the budget, which has not been as well attended because it's just off schedule for folks. And so I believe the idea here was just to allow an open conversation around the budget at one of our regularly scheduled public meetings, possibly have a panel discussing like what's likely to be in the mayor's budget, what maybe highlighting some of our priorities in the budget and how the best ways to go about getting those. And then if there's anything around the federal picture that we know at that point, impacting the budget.
Thompson. I, for one, before I entertain other questions like this particular one, and I think people are aware of the situation in Ward 8, where we are now no longer without representation on the council. I think this also provides, as a resident, I'm a resident of Ward 8, opportunity to ask questions and some things, get some clarity around that. I know that provides Representative Johnson Law some opportunities. We had a deep discussion in Ward 8 last night, about priorities and how we were going to be, you know, voice those or amplify those priorities and stuff under the new circumstances. So I kind of like this one for March going into this, but that's mine. I'm open to other discussions about what people would like to talk about. But that's kind of like my concern right now.
Can I ask, the goal of it kind of though escapes me a bit because I think, I'm trying to look up right now the date for the budget submission. It appears to be March 30th, if that's correct. Yeah, March 20th. I need new glasses. Okay, so no, that's 24.
Yeah,
Is it-
it's
do you
gonna
know-
be closer to April.
What is the date? Do you know, Bernice?
Yeah, I can look it up, but it was sent out to all members.
I'm on
and the
last
updates and
year's
reminders
resolution.
that went out. But I will look it up.
I'm looking up, I think it's April this year, isn't it?
Yeah, it is later. We did send it out to all.
Okay.
members.
Yeah, I just would, maybe March does make sense then. I was just always concerned pencils would be down and there really would be people coming in, but really no opportunity to be heard if it wasn't. But that may be a false concern. So if,
So that being the case, still, that seems to support March even more so, if I'm understanding what you're saying.
well, yeah, let's see when, because it's usually about 2 to 3 weeks beforehand, the mayor puts the pencils down. So
Okay.
if it was a discussion in here, we'd want it to at least be able to have some influence, I would think, of the process.
And I do know that other council members are asking, I hope this is the case with everybody, their state board representatives, their priorities are, you know, kind of trying to get some understanding around schools and stuff like that. I've had several inquiries myself from various council members about that. And again, that's why I kind of like this for March. But again, I'm entertaining comments.
So it says April 2nd, 2025, mayor transmits the FY 20, the budget,
April 2nd,
April 2nd.
it's gonna be too late then really to influence it.
Mhm. It will be.
So-
But, I mean, that was going to be my question, like, what do you hope to get? Like, when do you hope to share it? I would anticipate that whenever we're putting together you all's annual board letter, will probably be the time to do and hear from the public about what they would like. Because we already transmitted that letter, so this will be going back with other things that the board had already, because we submitted that board budget priorities letter in December to the mayor and the council.
I don't want to interrupt you. So here's a possible idea, and it might solve our problem with no panel. Is what we could do is we could just put an invitation out to people. It would have to be a formal one where we have a formal panel, but an invitation to the public to come discuss budget priorities at our next public meeting. And that way we may get more interest from the public, and we would be good to not have a lengthy expert panel then, because the public would then, be able to come in and speak. And I know the mayor's team listens to our meetings. So they would be able to hear the priorities of the public in advance, and there'd be an opportunity to include those in the budget. So that could be just like an open invitation to people if they want to come speak on budget priorities, to come to the state board and talk about it, preferably education priorities, not other things. And then I was talking with Representative Colson, who offered to work with me on the bullying issue. And I think, with her help, we could probably get that thing ready to go for March. So if that would be something that the board would support, that's a possibility to avoid basically calling people in for something that's not going to be productive because the pencils will be down already.
So what I'm gonna do, two things. I'm gonna put bullying down as one of the other suggestions real quick. But we're still working on the ones that I have listed here. So we'll come back to that as another one. I'm open to, having, kind of framing what the comments could be in the meeting around budgetary, like, come prepared to talk about the budget. I'm open to that discussion, but I would love to also hear from Representative Thompson. What does she think about that proposal?
Perfect time.
Oh, there we go. Okay, my bad. I'm looking at the owl and we have the person.
Shall
I like Representative Bouvet's suggestion.
I was going to repeat what I said if you were in the elevator, but you heard me.
Okay, so we hear support for it. I'm very open to that. That's very feasible, director.
I mean, that's up to you all.
Yeah,
You all have voted not to have a panel, so now you have to vote to have a panel.
Well,
Or not a panel,
not
just-
just for the discussion around the very priority, is what we're saying. So when we send out a notification, we're saying we're not having a panel, but we are taking public comments on, budgetary priorities.
And I wouldn't,
I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's just more public, I mean, whoever signs up to testify.
Okay,
I don't think that requires any additional coordination from the staff side. I think what my question would be, what do you all want to happen with this information? Because again, I know like after, between the public meeting and like March 5th, the staff is like, we have to get ready for performance oversight. So like our hearing is the 19th. All of our questions are due to council on the 21st. And we are pulling, like, it is a ton of information. So it's just like, in terms of timing, just like, what do you hope to, like, how do you want to like, just thinking through all the pieces. So are we trying to create some type of summary document? Is there a target, like, transmission, like, what's the goal of the, want to create something and send it to the mayor's team? So that we can try to find like staff, like a range of staff and a way to execute this.
My recommendation would be to compile but not analyze. And so I think,
or transmit,
I'm sorry,
or transmit, you said not to analyze, to compile, are we?
compile, not analyze, but compile and transmit. And so essentially, if we want people to provide their testimony We want, the normal follow-up that comes with members that says like, this person is in the award, you said you want to follow up with them, like the normal action items that will come for a meeting. And we would transmit, the testimonies to the mayor's office. And it would be on individual members to follow up if there are specific things, and we could also transmit it to council members. But I think there's a different amount of work in analyzing or summarizing. Unless there was something that was like, we heard 20 testimonies out of 40 and all 20 of them put this, right? Like, but, I think the goal would be to create the avenue for information and then to share that information with the requisite decision makers. That would be my goal.
Representative Barnes.
Can I just say that our focus is wholeheartedly on the children, wholeheartedly on the youth. We're here for the youth, we're here for the children, we're here to ensure that they receive every resource that we should. We're 78 children, they receive every resource that maybe Ward 2 or Ward 3 children receive. And it's kind of irritating me because I believe this is like out of everything, one of the biggest priorities we need to have, because I don't want to say anything wrong, but the District of Columbia could spend $1.5 million on inauguration that didn't happen outside. The district can spend $400,000 on investigations. The District of Columbia can spend so much money on these different things, yet concerning our young people, it's neglecting. And it's truly irritating me and frustrating me because this is a huge priority, yet we're not hearing many people speak on it, if I'm being real. We're not hearing that much talk on this topic. We have young people in Ward 8 who are desperately needing mentors, desperately needing, transportation, desperately needing these tests that need to be taken. We have so much that are issues, yet we focused on so many other things. Where is our money? Y'all may not have the answer, and you don't have to answer, but I really want to know where's our money going, and from now on, how can we ensure? Because if I'm being real, I want it to go straight to the mayor. Like, I don't want the council to like, yeah, hey, how y'all doing? Thank you for talking. But I want to go to the mayor. I don't know how it works. If I'm being real, I just want to ensure that we get what we need, because it feels as if right now we're voiceless.
Representative Goodlay.
Well, I just want to agree with everything you just said there, particularly the parade stand. We'll put that up the list of wasted money, but I think that this will give exactly what you're looking for with this process we're setting up right now, because as Representative Thompson just said, we're going to take all the testimony and then transmit it over to the mayor, and that can be the deputy mayor for education, it could be the mayor's budget team, and that really is perfect timing because they are then making decisions on the budget at that time, so they will get to hear directly from the public. And I would encourage youth that you know of that are frustrated with this to come out and speak to us, because then we'll be able to give them all of those documents. So I think that's really good. I don't think we need to do anything extra other than just put an announcement out, because I want to be respectful to the staff's time pressures on this. So I think just sending the invitation out. I mean, people can testify on other subjects like the measures we're considering or anything they want, but just a special invitation to say, hey, here's a good time to come speak about your budget priorities and let the board hear them. We tried this last year because we were a little concerned with the hearing format last year, because a lot of the education hearings were put together on one day. So we scheduled another session here, but we really got sparse attendance, ended up canceling it. And I think the reason was at that point the issue had already moved over to the council. So people were testifying at the council hearings about the budget and not really coming down to talk to us because we had no say in it whatsoever. So I think this solves both of what you're raising there. It gives an opportunity for people to be heard, but then also an opportunity to hopefully influence the budget still by then sending that testimony over to the mayor. And I'm sure they'll be listening to it as well. And then they can consider that as they put their budget together. So I think it's a win-win in that regard. And it shouldn't be done in a way that creates a lot of extra pressure on our staff, because it's really just an open invitation. And we can send that out to our listservs and our groups, and you can reach out to the students who may want to come and speak on it too. So I think it's a win-win. I love the idea. And thanks for raising it, Representative Thompson.
Appreciate it too. And that puts it incumbent on you to make sure that it gets out and the people that need to be heard come and testify. That's the biggest thing.
And I would also just say, like, performance oversight hearings for all of DC government agencies are happening now. Like, that's also places where people should be signing up to testify. Ours is not until March 5th, but like other agencies that deal with kids and youth and young people also have hearings, and they're not necessarily in the education cluster. Or they may have resources that are dedicated to that. I would just say that it'd be helpful to also make sure that members, both student and elected members are signing up for those also.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you, Mr. President. To Representative Barnes also, for your youth, I know a lot of our youth are in Ward 8. In regards to transportation, they could sign up to testify and do it virtually. So that way they could literally, you know, do it from their phone. And then again, as President Patterson said, we can transmit that to the budget, the mayor's budget team and everybody else. So that's another way to be able to get more young people to sign up as well, so they don't have the transportation burden. I mean, we are downtown.
I appreciate that. If there's no other questions, I'm going to move on to the next one. And I'm coming to Representative Chang on availability of advanced coursework.
Yep. Talked about this at the last working session. But yeah, I'm interested in a panel to talk about expanding accelerated learning opportunities like honors classes and AP courses. In large part because I'm hearing from families in Ward 2, perhaps not always directly, that they're looking for more rigorous academic options, and it's clear in the decisions that they make too, that they're leaving the public school system, and this is a big reason why. And so I think a panel could give us the space to dig into this and explore questions like, how do we make sure that advanced courses aren't just available in a handful of schools, right, but also across the city? And what kind of support do teachers need to deliver these classes effectively? And how do we administer such a transition?
Are there questions for Representative Chang for discussion? This topic, proposal.
I just also support his proposal. I support mine and his. So I like that idea too. It's a big issue in Ward 3, and I think it's definitely worth talking about. So if it occurs in March or April, I think those are two great panels. So.
And as we go through these, I will see how many support.
Just those two.
2 for 2 right now.
3 for 3. Well, I like hers too.
Okay. Well, there are other questions for Representative Chang, because I'm going to be coming right back to him again if there's no questions on this particular matter as a proposal. Okay,
I'd also like to say.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go, Brian Ting. I'd also like to say I really support this. Like, my school basis has given me the opportunity to take 14 APs, while like another school might only give you the opportunity to take like 4 or 5 APs. And being able to take 14 APs means that like I've been able to explore all sorts of interests and also make my college applications look better. And that's definitely one of the reasons why my parents like, had us like, it's like stay in the public charter school system, is because basis was available. But like basis only has physical capacity for like 600 students in total. And there are so many students who should have the opportunity to, if they want to, shine and exceed and take lots of APs and IBs and stuff.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments? Okay. Representative Chang?
Yep.
Base credit for world languages?
This one comes from Sally Schwartz, that someone I think we all know. And she raised that we do not have competency-based credits for world languages, which states like Washington and Virginia have advanced. And so I think interested in a panel that brings folks from these other states or world language experts to come talk to us about what this would look like, even I think this is separate from, and although certainly intertwined with our conversation around graduation requirements. But in kind of helping us wrap our head around the technical aspects of how we would even implement something like this, right? Like who would administer the tests and which tests count and who pays for the tests. And I think it's important for us in DC because OSSI doesn't, from my understanding, have the in-house technical expertise to guide this process, which is my understanding, at least, of why it's not being considered.
Okay. Questions, comments? Representative Chang?
I have a few thoughts. I think, I really appreciate Sally's push. I think the larger question I have is when is competency, when are things like competency awarded by credits? When is that appropriate and for which subjects? I would also, especially as we go into the graduation requirement discussion, I think that that's a larger question that the board should be asking. I also think that, and I don't know what our committee structures will be, but I see this as very much related to our graduation work, and I think it is would actually benefit from being more than just like an expert panel at a public session. I'm wondering like if that should be part of some work plan or something. Like I know there are other avenues we can employ, but I hear both Sally saying like we should do this for languages, and I hear others saying we should not do this for these subjects, or we should be careful of certain pushes. And so,
right. So you're saying a bigger conversation around which ones can you test out of and demonstrate competency?
I think it's a larger conversation. I don't know if the vehicle is a panel or not, but I do appreciate, and I think that that's a question we should ask as part of a larger set of questions.
That question was also part of the 2018 graduation task force's work, where they definitely discussed what subjects, competency-based credits that actually make sense for.
Other comments? Okay. We have one last one, and I don't know if it's Representative Goulet or Dr. Close, Representative Close, and what it was bullying. You guys would like to speak on that as a potential.
Oh, sure. I think bullying is part of a larger issue, which is school safety. I think that we could include a discussion on that, but I do not want to just focus on the safety of students. I will also like to highlight some of the concerns that staff members have. And as I was sharing with Representative Goulet, the bullying nasty, I won't say bullying because they don't necessarily meet the definition according to DCPS, but the teasing and the unkind comments have now transitioned to, I hope ICE comes to get you. I hope ICE takes your mom away. And so I think that's part of the conversation that is relevant right now. And I think that we should definitely raise that for discussion in March.
Just to add on to that, I definitely support the broad discussion. If you want to have a discussion of school safety, because we don't want to have it narrowed to just the definition of bullying. I mean, what got me interested in this was the discussion we had with our Office of the Student Advocate and the Ombudsman's Office with their annual reports, where not only do we hear only 31% of our students feel safe throughout the entire school experience, getting to and from school and the school day, but that they were basically such a loss of how to solve the situation with the bullying that their proposal, which shocked me, was that we would just try to make it easier for the bullied student to transfer out of that situation. Not that we would solve the problem, not that we would stop the bullying. And I think people really feel like the DC Council has tied their hands on a lot of this with some legislation that I think was well intended, but maybe has and solved some problems, but maybe created others. So I think a really expert discussion of this to see what the problems are. I hear a lot of complaints about the issue of bullying. And try to come up with what the right balance is on this issue would be beneficial. And I think the state board could do that effort.
And I also want to highlight that with bullying, that also speaks to truancy, attendance, academic performance, and teacher retention. So it's all wrapped up in that.
And I just want to be clear, when I think about student safety and things like that, I know there's a lot of discussion on a lot of the external, getting back and forth, which we've had panels on before. So what we're talking about here is more so things that are inside this.
Correct.
I want to clarify that aspect,
Yes.
that we would probably be looking for experts to talk about, violent interrupters and
No,
those type of things.
Safe passage.
If
is
they
not
pass
that.
it, that would not be part of this particular discussion.
Correct.
Will be more so. Yeah, I just want to
Yeah.
clarify. Other questions and comments? Representative Mayor.
I agree that it's a super important issue to discuss, although I do wonder if it might be helpful to take it to the SAC before a panel so that we can get like a holistic student perspective, because I know that students have obviously many perspectives on their experiences with bullying and what their take on the real issues in schools are. And I think that that would at least give some type of roadmap for who we would want to bring into a panel if we had a panel.
Could we do that in March though, with the March SAC?
and I would also like to say that the data here that you all collected from January 13th already gives us insight. When you all talk about the number of students who experience bullying, the number of students who felt safe at school, the number of students who feel safe traveling to and from school, it's right here. I
Yeah.
think this also helps to lay the foundation for a meeting to discuss this, but
We
we can do
do,
both.
we have a SAC planning meeting tomorrow and then our SAC meeting is next week. So we could get back, like we could have information about that by in time for the March public meeting, but I feel relatively strongly that we should have because that conversation, it was informative, but it wasn't super holistic. I think it might be good to get a bigger picture of more student, like have an in-depth conversation with the students before
So you're saying that April will be a better time frame, we'll give you more time?
I mean, if we feel strongly today about having it in March, we could absolutely do it for the February SAC meeting.
But
February SAC meeting, then March public meeting, that could absolutely work, but I just wanted to raise that.
May I ask a question to Representative Mayor? Is your concern that you think the student discussion might drive who we would invite as witnesses? So is that the timing concern? Because if you had the March SAC, are you thinking that might impact the selection of the witnesses? Because we wouldn't be doing this until late March with the public meeting. So what
Yeah.
do you think?
I mean, I just think that the students know the problem better than most.
Yeah.
And I think that addressing this issue with them as the most effective group, I think it's important to me that we would go about it like this. And I think that the SAC would agree.
Considering that may possibly also be a part of one of the workshops we have as well, we can dive in deeper into that within the group.
Representative Thompson.
So the SNP does not have to ask permission to put things on their agenda. You create your own agenda. I think what I would hope that the SAC would take up before we have the panel is just like having a conversation that helps us think about how we should frame the panel. If they do have suggestions around people to invite to the panel, I think that would be helpful to know. So I'm just gonna remind you that you don't have to have permission to do it, but you should totally negotiate with us.
Yes.
Because you all set your own agenda. I think a different and separate thought about this in particular is one of the places I feel like is not enough consistency, I'll say. Maybe guidance is necessary. It's around social media usage and bullying, because it's technically not in school, it's technically not out of school, but we are seeing a lot of things that are related to that. And bullying, not sure in particular things that I could deal with as a representative when it has risen to the level of, even like sometimes, law enforcement getting involved. So, I would like to add that as something to think about in this bullying conversation. And again, remind you all that you can set your intention.
Comments? Representative Williams.
I think this is another important topic. I would encourage us that when we take it up, like one thing to look at is the processes of school protocols, because there's so much difference in divergence and how these issues are handled. So that like we can, part of what I see with our focus in this is recommending or having some goals as to what protocols and processes or guidelines we should consider, or what best practices should be a part of this. You know, with all of our charter LEs, there are different protocols and processes at each school. And then in DCPS also saying like what's working and what's not. I was at a Ward 1 school last week, particular high school, and staff also, Representative Colson kind of named the level of conflict that they're experiencing with some students, and how that doesn't seem to be dealt with in certain ways. So I do want to second that we can take a holistic view with looking at what students need, but also what kind of like supports like staff need from deans of culture and so on and so forth.
Representative Johnson Law.
Also, as we look at bullying, I recommend that the board also talk to someone from Office on Human Rights. As it relates to bullying, every school is supposed, keyword is supposed, to have a bullying policy. That was established by and Representative Goulet and I talked about this, the Youth Bullying Prevention Act of 2012. I believe it was supposed to be implemented in 2013. Now, how that looks on the ground is a completely different situation. And so if we take this up as a panel discussion, I'm just recommending that also, that I think that needs to be in there as well.
Lastly,
Last question.
last point, I definitely would like to go beyond bullying. And I think for another reason also is you really struck a chord with me in terms of the definition being too narrow. So if we look at school safety generally, I think that would be beneficial, because I've had instances in my ward where, you know, there was violence in an actual school classroom, continuous violence, and by a student. It would not really bullying, but just a student who may have needs beyond which were able to be met in that classroom, and how we deal with situations like that. So I think a holistic discussion of safety would be important.
Okay. Entertaining any last questions on this particular subject matter? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
My question would be, is it too late to add another topic for consideration? No, it's not. I would recommend, and this is more for April, is to look at, as you're looking at graduation, requirements, having a panel discussion on career pathways. The DC has done a ton of work on that, in different areas, both like the city itself, but also, putting together plans, and I just don't know if a ton of detailed information has been really shared with the board. And I think that can really contribute to you all's conversation about graduation requirements and what goes into that. So just thinking as a panel that is specifically on career pathways and the work that's happening in the district. And maybe get a couple of non-DC people to share, like the deep dive around career pathways is a valuable input as you all begin to think about graduation requirements.
Comments?
I really, go back to the best initiative to talk about. Are we moving on to April?
Yeah, no,
Are
I'm
we
gonna,
talking about?
He just
Yeah.
put them in one.
yeah, I put them in, I wanted to hear everybody. We're gonna talk about March. We're gonna vote on the ones that have always submitted. Whatever gets picked for March, then we'll look at April, is the way that I'm thinking that we'll do this tonight. So,
Real quick, I don't want
Yes,
to prolong
go
this, but we did discuss career pathways in the prior graduation requirements. Different than what you're.
Well, I know that there was no one there from the deputy mayor's office who has an entire career pathways blueprint that they wrote, like, that is very extensive, with plans and data that was not a part of that conversation. So I'm just like looking for a way to connect all the existing dots, because I don't want us to consider some idea of career blueprints without having a deeper understanding of what's already been developed or being thought about in other parts of district government.
Last comment. Any last comment?
Not on that, another suggestion. So,
We have another suggestion.
yes. For April or even May, I would like us to elevate the topic of students experiencing homelessness. I believe that it is an important issue in the district and, a part of the definition by the McKinney-Vento Act is the students who are experiencing homelessness is defined by their economic hardship. So that means that they could be doubling up. What we're seeing now happening in the federal government, which employs less of our parents, I think that we may possibly have an uptick in that, doubling up of families. And I think that we should get ahead of that and discussing that and finding out what supports we can provide for our students. So I would like to discuss identification and support, perhaps in May or April. Whenever.
Thank you. I think we have a very robust list that something will be paid for March and something will get paid for April. I'm gonna go back over my notes real quick just to kind of ground us in how we're gonna look at both March and April, March and May. This month, what we're having is basically a public comments on, we decided that we would not have a panel for this month of February. But we're actually having a discussion on budget priorities. It was one of the suggestions for March, so that's why I'm stating it here, that's what we decided, so I'm taking that particular one off, as far as FY budget priorities, because we're gonna have a discussion on it in February, this month, in lieu of the health. The other ones that we had on our list were community schools, availability of advanced coursework. I think we had a discussion on competency-based credits for world language, but we moved and said that was a larger comment, so I'm going to kind of move that for right now. We have bullying and career pathways and homelessness. So right now, I'm entertaining for March. Out of those that we just talked about, that's been listed and discussed. Would like to entertain where we are for March.
Are we taking a vote?
We'll take a vote.
So like, is it like, I'm sorry, I'm asking for clarity. So are we taking like a roll call and basically just call out what you want, or are we calling out each one?
I'll go through them one by one, okay?
Okay, sorry, y'all.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Okay.
Before we vote, if it would help kind of reduce confusion or conflict on this, I really want to defer to if the student advisory committee wants to get engaged on the issue of safety. I mean, I would support Representative Chang's proposal to look at advanced curriculum for March, and then we postpone the safety discussion till April, so you can really have a robust discussion and then come to us with recommendations. I think that would be valuable if that's something you want to take on. And then I also support Representative Polson for May on the students experiencing homelessness. I think that would be a valuable discussion to have. So I would pull back on my idea, just to defer to the SAC a month if that would help the members decide on this.
Okay. So what I'm hearing discussion is that advanced coursework would be, we vote on this for March. Is that correct?
No.
I'm biased and I'm very interested. Yes.
Okay, wait. I'm asking for, okay, so for March. So, okay, wait, let me go back to Representative Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, can you give me the timeline one more time? Because I feel like we're mixing March and April.
Yeah.
And so I know you were talking about student advisory committee. So start from February and break it down.
On Monday, the 10th, we have an SAC meeting. If it is important that we prioritize the phone bullying conversation on Monday, we can absolutely do that and have any recommendations or insights ready so that we can bring those to the staff for a panel in March. If that's not a priority for you guys, we also, like, we have a fair amount that we want to do at this meeting, like, we can talk about bullying, but we've gone over time every meeting so far. So it might be better for us to wait until our SAC meeting in March to be ready for a panel in April. But if it is important to the board to have a panel in March, that is okay with us, and we can talk about it on Monday.
From a parliamentary procedure standpoint, it's just a roll call vote, people saying what they want.
I appreciate that. Paul.
Yeah, that's, you all just have to. So maybe that, that's an emotion executive.
Okay. All right.
I'll move the executive.
For March, we're voting on March, what you would like to have in March.
Representative Barnes.
Can we maybe hear the options one more time?
Can I read the options?
The options one more time.
Read the options. Yeah. Community schools. Advanced coursework. Bullying. Career pathways. And homelessness. For March.
Okay.
So. You, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm following the conversation. Sounded like homelessness was not on the agenda for March. It was for April. It was for May.
Got
I'm not sure where the negotiation landed around the advanced coursework and the bullying. This is why I asked, I was like, what's March? What's April? What we talking about? So I don't know if representatives,
So school safety is gonna defer to April.
you all would like to be considered in April.
So that's fine, we say one more time, so we're gonna do April, so you can take us off the list for March.
For March.
Correct,
Okay.
and then yes, homelessness can be bumped down to April or May.
Okay.
Mhm. No, I'm sorry, because I just said, we just agreed that, safety will be April, so yes, homelessness can be bumped down to May, please.
Well, it sounds like we basically almost have made our decision. The only thing that are left are community schools and advanced coursework for
And pathways.
for March.
Is, Madam Director, I thought career pathways you were saying for April, or am I mistaken?
But she just, from my understanding, she just brought it up. I didn't
Oh,
think
you are.
as a topic.
Oh,
to consider. She didn't give a mark,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't have
but
time.
just for
Got it,
consideration
okay.
to
Oh,
be
just for
added to the
consider,
list.
okay,
So that's why I'm adding it at this particular point.
okay.
So what we have again, I'll repeat it again, community schools. Advanced coursework. We are taking bullying out for another month. Pathways, career pathways and homelessness as consideration for March. Sorry, the roll again.
No.
Wait, sorry, Mr. President, homelessness,
It's May.
is,
My bad, my bad.
There are two things for March.
Mhm.
Community school.
And
advanced pathways.
advanced placement.
Advanced coursework
Advanced
for
coursework,
April.
right?
I heard to possibly have the conversation around student safety, bullying, whatever that's front desk. And then maybe, the pathway stuff, if that's something we want, to consider. And then in May, Representative Copeland, that's a possibility of homelessness should be entertained, but we only have to vote on two, tonight.
So,
Did I miss anybody's anything?
I thought Madam Director said career pathways could be from March or April.
Whatever you all want. It can-
she just proposed it. She didn't, yeah, she
The
just
topic,
proposed that.
right, that's
Yeah, she just proposed it as a subject and it may come back again as far as, you know, the list. But from what I'm hearing now after all this discussion is that we have two for March.
Okay.
okay? And those two are advanced coursework and
Community school.
community schools.
Okay.
All of them.
Representative Barnes,
Community schools.
Representative Lynn. She's online. Maintain,
She put in the chat.
Representative Mayor,
Community schools.
Representative Ting,
Advanced coursework.
Representative Best,
Community schools.
Representative Chang,
Advanced coursework.
Representative Polson,
Advanced coursework.
Representative Goulet,
Advanced coursework.
Representative Henderson,
Advanced coursework.
Representative Johnson Law,
Community schools.
Representative Thompson,
Advanced coursework.
Vice President Williams,
Advanced coursework.
President Patterson.
Advanced coursework.
I think it's advanced coursework.
All right. We've gotten that. Now let's move to, we got March, April. For April, my understanding is that it seems like we've already decided with all of its safety, school safety, to move it out just outside of just bullying. I believe that's pretty much what we decided.
Well, I guess,
Go ahead.
so are we just saying we're never revisiting the topic of community schools? Do we also want to consider that, right? I'm just asking. Because right now it's just school safety.
I had another suggestion altogether, but it seems like I would want to put the students first and their concerns about the bullying, so that's another, I'll wait.
And that's what I'm gonna advance is to say that since we moved, bullying or public safety down, that's what we have for April. Is there any objection to that? Or any other discussion on considering another topic for April? Okay. Call roll then. Let's call the roll.
Representative Barnes,
Yes.
Representative Lynn, Representative Mayor,
Aye.
Representative Ting,
I'm here. Wait, this isn't a vote, right? Is this a vote or a roll call? Because now I'm confused. You all are confusing me. This is a vote, bro. Okay, I just got gaslit like crazy.
Thank you, Simon.
Sorry, my bad. Honestly, I think the options are generally like I can't decide, so I'll pass.
Representative Best,
School safety.
Representative Chang, Representative Colson,
School
Yes,
safety.
yes.
Representative Goulet,
School safety.
Representative Henderson,
School safety.
Representative Johnson Law,
School safety.
Representative Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Williams,
Yes.
President Harris.
Yes.
Yes.
Not to be a stickler for procedure, if somebody passes, you have to go back to them. He didn't abstain, he passed. That means that under Robert's rules, he would then.
Then I vote for school safety. Sorry, I keep hearing yes, so I thought it was roll call, and then I was confused.
Yeah, but Pat, like, if you abstain, then it goes as an extension. If he passes, it just means that when it goes back around, he then gets to vote last. If you pass, you go at the end under Robert's.
I need a break.
I thought he voted in the affirmative, I didn't get her pass.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, Ms. Hurd.
But he is. Thanks everyone for really lively discussions on subject matters, topics for our panels and everything.
You said we were too quiet.
Okay, let me find this place back again, okay. Next on the agenda are committee reports. Members, we discussed committee structures at our retreat on February 1st. We will move, analyze our membership and chairs at the upcoming public meeting. In the meantime, I will open it up for updates for any committees and working groups that have met in the past month. With that being said, we start with, administrative. I believe
There's been no
there's been no administrative
administrative.
meeting even in passing, transition. So next I would,
No, there hasn't been.
so next I would move to, college careers and life readiness. Representative Henderson.
Yes, we met on January 31st, and we discussed our work on graduation requirements, which right now is the letter that we're sending to Aussie, which may have happened today.
No,
I don't have it today. The letter that we all reviewed, we noted that the health and physical education standards have been delayed, and we are working on, we had ongoing work, staff work on community outreach for that, which is undergoing an IRB review. So the standards come back before us, that work is moving on. And then we checked in with Representative Best, who's continuing work on Civics Week and is connected with staff at DCPS and the League of Women Voters, and is continuing that work, which started in our committee and is ongoing. All right, that's that.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Henderson? Yeah.
I would just make a quick request. I appreciate it. Thank you, Representative Best, for moving the Civics Week work forward. I know that the connection with DCPS and the League of Women Voters are gonna be really good allied partners in that work. As a current socialist teacher, continue to consider me a resource as well. It particularly if it comes to thinking around implementation. Having taught social studies at elementary, middle, and high school levels. But I appreciate your efforts in trying to get something off the ground.
Thank you, and appreciate you for also setting up the system.
Thank you. Yes,
So
ma'am.
is there anything staff needs to do related to this?
We-
Civics week, like when is it, or is there advertising, like? that would be super helpful.
We're not at that point yet.
Out at this moment, we do hope that this work will find its place in whatever the new committee structure is that will continue to support this effort.
Thank you. For other comments, we'll move to student advisory.
Yeah, we had a great last student advisory committee meeting. All of the student reps and several staff members were in attendance, as well as around 30 student members. We talked about student safety, a pretty broad conversation where students talked about their commutes and how safe they felt in and outside of school. We also talked about advanced coursework. Many, I think maybe all, nope, half of the students in attendance were quite experienced in advanced coursework. And there is a general consensus that it's really important in every school, especially in schools east of the river, to bring equal opportunities for advanced coursework because the students had seen it benefiting them. We also talked about 2 bills introduced by the DC Youth and Government members about access to calculators and a bill to support charter school athletics. Many had feedback, and we might continue with those once we take the edits into account. We had a guest to talk about the youth town hall, and we ate a lot of snacks. So if you want to give us more money for those, that would be great.
It's always good. Any questions for the student advisory committee? Thank you for your report. Members, we will also do a call for external committee membership interest and availability soon. In the meantime, are there any external committee updates or reports someone wants to share?
I'd like to share some. So it came up briefly at the retreat. I've been the state board member who has been working on the attendance task force. which is one of the external committees, and that is very important work, and ongoing work. So, I would, in this new year, I would like to step off of that external committee, based on additional roles that I'm taking on as, chair of the administrative committee. I was wondering if there's interest from any of the other members to be appointed to that committee.
But there's a entirely separate process in the form already ready that will go out with the retreat debrief for individuals who are interested in various external committees. They'll get to read the descriptions and choose which ones. But that goes out with the retreat.
Alright, so that's the best process then. So if there is interest, just make sure that other members are aware of that, if they would like to express that to the board.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, if any other external committee reports or comments?
The Environmental Literacy Advisory Committee met last week. We were supposed to talk about the health standards and the relationship between the health and the environment, but that really did not happen because the standards were not out. So we heard just different updates from all the agencies on the committee about their work related to the environmental literacy plan for DC. And there was some interesting conversations around the graduation requirements from DOE. So I'm happy to talk about that more later.
Thank you. Don't see any other external committee reports. Okay. The State Port Authority working group was established in November and began meeting in December. Does the working group have updates?
They do. We do have updates. It is typed out and full.
We do. So the working group does not have a chairperson.
Okay.
But we did a lot of work done. So we do have updates. I don't know if somebody wants to be the person to deliver our updates.
I can review them. The group met and you'll have in your setup, met twice in January, met on January 9th and on January 29th. The key highlights that Representative Thompson provided background of the board governance work and committee. Members reviewed the 3 focus recommendations at the time. Access to data, and while that was important, the second recommendation, number 2, the importance of initiating policy based on specific concerns, and number 4, the understanding and misconception of great weight and what that means. And they did all of this, but also committed to looking at considering revisions to the DC code, chapter 26A, because right now it is very much out of date and needs to be revised. And so that group is also looking at that as a way to update, make clear some of the statutory responsibility, just the organizational structure of the state board. You'll see from the second set of notes. Also, these are all recorded. All the recordings are online, along with the meeting minutes. Key highlights from the January 29th meeting, after the 7th. So you won't know who are in these meetings. Representative Thompson, Representative Boulay, Representative Henderson, Dr. Fleischer, Senior Policy Analyst, and myself were in the first one, and then those same individuals minus me were in the second one. At the January 29th meeting, members reviewed the DC code for sections that needed to be updated, starting with the establishment of members and membership category. And so they went through that and really just thinking about places that need to be submitted in the sort of the budget process to the mayor and other like state policies or supplemental education providers, things that need to be updated. So they went through all of them to put together a set of recommendations. The working group then went back to discussion of recommendations 1, 2, and 4 that were discussed at the previous meeting to begin to look at what are the next steps and break them down. They mostly focused on recommendation number 2, which is to authorize the state board to initiate policies in the area which it currently has statutory approval authority. And they just sort of dig into so what that means, but what is typed out. But what you will also see in your packet are the current versions of the DC code as it pertains to the state board. And what needs, and I don't think it has not been redlined as of yet. or pass it?
No, well, maybe that's in the version in front of us, but there is a version in our state board authority working group where we made comments and notes around what needs to be, what we will recommend to be updated.
So as you can see, just even in part of it, the current version of the code, section C, it says wards 1 and 2 will be represented comprised through District 1. Really, these things are not the current state of DC or our educational landscape of the state board. But all right, so let
Yeah.
I can say this better.
Yeah, so on the code piece, like that, for instance, we talked about on there, those are in there for historical purposes, like for the same reason they keep in tax rates, like previous tax rates in OTR. So those aren't in there to be current, it's to show the makeup of the board over time. So that is a preference of the Office of General Counsel, a drafting preference by council to leave in the old historical makeup. And just for the sake of history on this, when the council and the mayor created a new state board and abolished the school board, for a brief period of time, members weren't elected by ward, they were elected in groups of 2 wards. So there's 2 representatives for each ward, and there was a staggering initially so that you would be able to have not everybody up for election at once. So some were elected to 2-year terms. And the purpose of it was, not to bore anybody with this, but the purpose of it was is that you'd have one person from each zone elected to a 2-year, one to a 4-year. So that way you didn't have, certain members being disadvantaged in certain wards. And then it went on a 4-year cycle after that and flipped over to 1 member per ward. So those are in there for historical purposes. We don't need to update them because the general counsel's office wants it. If it would be helpful, I'd be glad to kind of summarize some of the recommendations very briefly. And then if either of my colleagues on the task force, think I'm misrepresenting anything, just chime in and correct me, please. So we looked at 3 of the recommendations plus 1 more, and I think we kind of reached what I believe is consensus on this, but we're just fine tuning yet. The issue of Great Wade, I think, was something we all supported, and the rationale behind it was, even though Great Wade is kind of a undefined term in a way, but the importance of it is if the agency chooses not to do what the state board has recommended, they have to explain why. And I think that's something that's really valuable, because then we can get a formal written explanation from the agency, and that's an advantage right now that ANCs have in getting that. So we found value in that, because then it forced there to be a recorded explanation as to why the state board's policies on an education matter weren't being followed. So that was one of the recommendations. The other one was on a data request. There was discussion about just concerns, not of this board, but of a future board, potentially overwhelming OSSI with too many data requests. So we tried to set up some safeguards in that. We discussed, hopefully a process to do a letter or a request informally first, so that you would maintain the good relationships we've developed with OSSI. So we wouldn't jump right into a resolution. But then we discussed, if that, wasn't fruitful and we weren't listened to, allowing a supermajority of the board to, by resolution, require OSSI to submit data within a reasonable period of time to the state board. Now, the reason for a supermajority there, again, was just to make sure this is something that was really serious. We didn't want to have a situation where, one or a couple of members were making recommendations, frivolously. And I'm not saying anybody here would do that, but just in the future. So to make sure that it was something serious that the board really needed to go to the length of demanding it by a resolution. So that was one, that was the second one. And then the third one was on the initiation. Kind of felt some of the same thoughts that we did on the last one, just making sure this was something that was extremely serious to do. The rationale we had is, first, obviously trying to work through the informal channels of having discussion with the leadership of OSSI, requesting like the initiation of a standard or something of that nature, then going to a resolution. So step 2 would then be a resolution that the board would pass. And then step 3 which would require then a supermajority, would be then requiring it. So there'd have to be some trigger then added to the DC code, which doesn't exist now, so that it would be, if the resolution was ignored of the board, then there would be another step where the board would require by supermajority that something be done. is one additional safeguard on that. We would have it be done within like about one fiscal year's period of time. So if it required additional resources, there would be an opportunity to set those aside. So we didn't want it to be like, they had to do it within 2 or 3 weeks, set something down. So some reasonable way where we didn't overwhelm the staff capacity of OSSI. And I think that's what we're still finessing a bit, to, like, if there's a formal fiscal impact process or not, we weren't really sure, but I think we were still thinking that through. And one thing I think that was discussed that I found very compelling was that this is kind of our role. This is something that we should be doing. So keeping council out of this business of trying to statutorily pass these was something that would be good for the board and good for the city, to make this something that if there was an issue where OSSI wasn't submitting something, there would be a process where the board could handle it versus going to council and having to send legislation to them to handle it. So, because this should be something we do. Lastly, we did discuss the issue of the amendments. I think we all agreed that this would be kind of venturing into to actually passing policy versus even initiating it. And that would be something that, we don't need to do here because we oversee, we vote on it. And if we were really concerned about a particular proposal not including something that we felt was important, we could simply vote it down. We could vote the standards down, or we could tell OSSI ahead of time, hey, if this isn't in there, or if something that was offensive was in there, we could say we're not going to support this. So we have that power right now to reject something that's really problematic. So we didn't feel the need to venture into policy making with amendments. We discussed technical amendments with the code, just really as a cleanup. In certain areas, they still have the old Board of Education in there. I found one when we were doing the school nurses. There's a couple other small examples, but it's not significant. And then I think one last thing we need to discuss, the three of us, is the timing of submitting any legislative proposals. I think I have some reluctance, but I think it's something we need to talk about in the next meeting. So I don't know if that's a good summary, but I turn to my colleagues if there's anything to add on that.
No, so that's kind of where our discussion stands, and then it's, later in the process, we'll bring whatever the final recommendations the working group makes to the full board for your discussion.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. Were we discussing this today so we would get any feedback from the board members that we would then take into the final meeting? Because I think our goal of our final meeting was then to finalize something, but were we seeking feedback today? I couldn't recall.
I think the goal, what would be helpful, I think what would be helpful to me, if there are, immediate, like, high-level thoughts to kind of where we landed in some of the discussion areas, that would be helpful. So if folks feel strongly about what we said around, greatly, if folks feel strongly around what we landed around, initiating or amending policy, if folks feel strongly, about, the data requests, that would be helpful to us. What, we expect to do at our next meeting is to operationalize some of our recommendations. So like a Representative Lay share, if there is a time where we want data, what is the threshold that we would want the board to adhere to? What steps will we take? What what would that actually look like? Because what the governance report did was it I would say captured why certain things were important, and what we thought solutions could be. It did not take the next step into how those things will happen. And so our next meeting will be about the how. And so if there are immediate reactions to some of what was in the report that Butler delivered, or what Representative Blair Henderson shared, that would be helpful to us. We should not be figuring out how to do something if it's something that folks don't really want, right? Like if the task force like, no, we don't agree with that, then no,
And I just want to say that the committee is set to sunset in March.
Yes, we know. So that is oh yeah, so that is why we are asking for that now, because at our next meeting, we can then discuss the how, and we plan to deliver a report with our recommendations, our full recommendations. But we will be done on time. We got our, so are there any immediate thoughts, questions, responses? Yes.
Yeah, I have a couple of clarifications. First, do we know when in March is the committee set this up? Do we know?
March 1st.
March 1st.
And
at the working session, even though it sunsets March first.
The report will be presented at the March session on the fifth, which I'm going to recommend that you won't change.
What, the working session?
Yes.
Oh, that's not our business as a committee. I think that, essentially, we will deliver the report. So since we only have one more thing to do, which is the how, we don't feel like we need additional time or meetings. Because we will be delivering the report to the board for consideration.
When you requested like high level feedback, is the how part of that, or do you just want other members to weigh in on the categories of the recommendation?
So I don't think it's so much feedback on, not that we wouldn't welcome thoughts about the how, but we don't necessarily have feedback on the how because we have not yet actually put the how into what you are reading, so that it's not really feedback. What we have put in front of you is which recommendations we see as important now, and our considerations around those things. And so one thing that I would note that we landed on, which was added to this committee chart, like amending, so initiating and amending, we kind of settled on it was more important to initiate. I don't know if folks feel strongly about the amend, right, at a high level. So, and it's also possible if they're not immediate, like if people want to think about it, because it is more, I would say, dense work, then they can also just send things to us and Darren and Denise. I would, however, say that we should probably have a deadline around that, given this committee is sunsetting, and we want to go into the how at our next meeting. And so somebody can remind me when our next meeting is, so I'm not lying to everyone. But
Our next meeting's first schedule.
It's scheduled for tomorrow.
yeah, so if you want to give us the thought. No, really, if you have immediate big level thoughts, I knew those are welcome. Our meeting is at like 4. The evening meetings.
And yeah, I appreciate that, and
And the last meeting is February 20th.
We meet every 2 weeks.
great. I want to say thank you for the thoughtfulness and the seriousness in which the committee has taken up this work. I categorically do support recommendations 1, 2, and 4. I think they're all important. I appreciate the committee's thoughtfulness around the thresholds for initiating certain things, and Representative Goulet, particularly the ability for the state board to have some type of mechanism if OSSI does not respond to something that would not necessarily require action from the council. So that's something that I also support, and I'm happy to partner as and brainstorm around. I do think that in terms of the threshold, my one suggestion would maybe be to move the threshold from a supermajority in recommendation 1 to majority, because we wouldn't necessarily be voting on anything necessarily. We would just be asking for information. And I think that if a majority wants information, then that would help to accomplish the aim and the goal of that recommendation.
And that would be in the data request, not the initiation.
Yeah. I want to give more thought to the amending policies piece and what that could look like practically. I don't have a strong view on that yet, but I appreciate the distinction between initiating policy and amending policy. We'll give that some more consideration.
And one,
No, go ahead, please.
one thing that the working group did mention was dropping the amending piece to that, so. I don't know if I
Just-
missed that.
No, that's helpful just to know that that's an option. Thank you.
We really didn't feel that was in the initial report, and right now we are really approving policy. That's what's in our statute. We approve policy or disapprove it. We don't make it. And really, when you're amending it, you're making it versus approving or disapproving. So I felt that was outside. Just lastly, and I apologize, Representative Henderson, I don't think you were there for what I said right at the end of our meeting. But I'm going to definitely support this report. I think a lot of thought has gone into it, and I support these recommendations. However, unless something comes up that's adverse with OSSI, where we're having a problem, I don't support advancing them now. And I'm gonna vote against any legislation to advance them to council right now. It really just has to do with the situation that we're seeing. I don't want to see legislation to go to make these changes at this time. So I'm gonna definitely support the report. I think these are thoughtful things that we should bring back at a later date or bring them back now if we really have a problem. But since we have a great working relationship with OSSI, I think we could put them in the queue when things are a bit different on the federal side and then move them at that time. So I'm gonna kind of bifurcate my thoughts on it and support these recommendations, but not support transmitting.
That concludes our report.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion, clarity on where we are. Take a quick break at this particular time. We have a break. Hopefully, we can do whatever we can do in about 5 minutes. Be back at
I think it's gonna be useful.
6:40.
That's 6:00.
3. 6:43.
It's 53.
That's
6:53.
That was
I want to be conscious of everybody's time,
Kimberly, yeah.
so I'm gonna gavel us back in. I have gaveled us back in. Next item that we have on our agenda, based on the discussion we've had over the past several months, staff has prepared proposed updates to our state board bylaws and standard operation procedures. I will now turn to Dr. Fleischer to present these proposed updates to us.
Okay, and as those slides are being brought up, you should have two documents in front of you. One is the bylaws, one is the SOPs. And now I'm thinking about maybe we could do one color, one another color for the copies, but
The thick
We're
one
gonna-
is the bylaws, the thin one's is
the thick one is the bylaws, and it should say it on the cover, but in order of operations, we're gonna start with bylaws, so please make sure this one is on the top.
And just to give you all just a little intro. Darren, Jen, and myself have gone through these, since you all last voted on them in February of 2024. And based on the initial suggestion to add a section about submitting legislation to the SOPs, we also just went through and updated a host of other things or inconsistencies and questions that you all have brought up over the year so that we could do it at one time. So these are red line documents that you see in front of you of the exact changes we are recommending, and Darren will walk you through the major.
If you could turn to the next slide. This is just a quick timeline for all of you to keep in mind, and of course, after this, in the tasks and action items email, we'll reiterate this. But starting tomorrow, if you could go in and share your comments and feedback. That, again, that would start tomorrow. And then the deadline pencils down for your feedback would be February 12th. That would allow staff to incorporate your feedback and suggestions. And from the 13th of February through March, we will update those and you will all vote on them at the March public meeting.
So is this not February? That's what I was saying.
I'm sorry, February. That
Well,
should say 15th February. Oh my God,
Okay,
not the March,
okay, so that's February 15th we're voting.
Yeah.
Okay,
February 15th. I don't know why that says March, but again, I'll make sure that is reflected in the email that goes out to all members. If you could go to the next slide, please.
I'll include this in my follow-up email as well.
Oh, go back one, please. So when you're reviewing the bylaws and the standard operating procedures, instead of going into the document and making edits to the language itself, what we're gonna ask for, you're gonna have the chance to add comments to it, and that's where you can just ask questions if something's not clear, if there's any contradictory statements, or any other recommended language, they would be put in as comments instead of edits into the document. And then you might notice in the copies that you have in front of you today, if there's a misalignment with page numbers or references in the bylaws to the standard operating procedures, we're gonna update those at the very end once we incorporate all of your comments. So please don't put in comments like the page numbers are incorrect. We're gonna correct those at the very end. Yes. Ben.
So what do you mean by types of comments? So for all three of those things, it would just be a comment, right?
Yes, exactly.
Would we need to say like clarifying comment or call, like you just want to comment on those topics?
Yeah, and you don't have to say comment colon this. You could just ask the question.
Yeah, it just means like, when we're working on resolutions together, for example,
the members can add red lines and like track changes. But for since these documents are so like dense, we're suggesting that you just make a comment where you would like to see changes, or if you would like to clarify things.
Because what we don't want is 5 people to change one section and we don't know what the original change was. So this gives us an opportunity to literally track all the changes and feedback that people have without you changing the actual text.
I understand the exact like process. Thank you.
All right, and if you can go to the next slide, please. So, what I'm about to, some of these slides are just examples of what you're going to see in here. So for example, if you flip to page 6 in the bylaws, you would see where this image came from. And these are just some of the major changes that you'll notice changes are on almost every page. Some of the major ones like definition additions. When you're going through, just take a look at it if you have, again, questions or comments about how we, for example, defined regular meeting, task force, working group. This is something that came up in our fall 2024 meetings. There are questions about working groups, distinguishing between working groups, task forces, adding those to the bylaws and standard operating procedures. So we added those. We want to make sure that we have those definitions right. And so those were added in here. If you could go to the next slide. And later on page 14 of the bylaws, again, you'll see this laid out in that section. And how those work and distinguishing between working between those different types of meetings and ad hoc committees and how those are different. Any questions so far before we move on to the next slide? Again, you'll have a chance to add your comments in the document. Okay, next slide, please. And so just other bylaws that have substantial changes to them, or you'll see a lot of edits would be pages 6 through 7, like for quorums, just distinguishing between meetings. So like regular meetings, public meetings and working sessions versus committee meetings and what those 2 quorums would look like. Election of president, vice president, just making sure that the steps that are taken are in the right order. We just updated the orders for those. And then under committees, those start on pages 13 through 16. Just updating the language around that. Article 4 official meeting procedures. Those are on pages, or starts on page 16. Just further differentiating between those meeting procedures. So again, for the interest of time, we could, I just wanted to point out what the major sections are. Exceptions to open meetings, pages 33 to 35. Records of meetings, just a few updates on that. So just including that we upload documents to Dropbox, including for task forces and working groups for transparency, but also recordings for those meetings. So just updates on those sections were some of the major ones. If you could go to the next slide. So that was the bylaws. We're going to move on to the standard operating procedures. And so that would be the next booklet. It's the smaller one.
The bylaw before we go to SOPs.
Yeah.
We try to make it as easy for people to understand what the red lines.
Just one quick question, comment. Just the removing the roundtables from the bylaws and shifting them to the SOPs. The only concern I would have there is usually typically with the bylaws, you want to articulate all of your formal meetings. And
Yes.
that is a formal kind of meeting of the board. It's a formal type of meeting. So
And that's what we could not find a record of. Like, we found that roundtables in all instances of the state board have been held like as events inside of committee meetings, but not as like separate entities unto themselves.
interesting. Okay.
So, and that's why when we tried, because we literally spent a lot of time trying to tease out what was a meeting, what was like an event that the state board puts on inside of, because technically, if you're saying, we want to distinguish, our meetings are things that require a quorum. A roundtable should not require a quorum of the board in order to exist.
I totally agree with
And so
that.
that's why we moved it and put it somewhere else.
But should we spell that out? Because each committee requires a quorum of the committee. I mean, like at council, for example, a roundtable only requires the chair to be present. So I feel like we
But the
should,
chair of what, the roundtables don't have a chair. Like, that's what, like, is the chair of the committee,
but yeah, I would think it would be the chair of the committee that's holding it, wouldn't it?
which goes back to if it's just an event that can happen in the committee, it's not like a formal separate meeting unto itself, because it's a part of the committee.
But we would want to articulate quorum requirements for it, because otherwise you need a quorum of the committee for the entire roundtable. So let's not bore the discussion here. I do feel like it should be still in the bylaws, just simply because it has its own quorum and its own like requirements for establishing it. Even if you are just doing it through a committee informally, I think you want to spell those things out that allow the meeting, because like every formal thing we do, usually you have those requirements, because otherwise, if you'd have to have a quorum.
I mean, I don't know that, but I will. I noticed that we removed, I was gonna wait until we got to that, just to hear what was recommended and rationale. As far as looking back and prior precedent, I'm not so sure that, we had, parliamentary procedure thoughts around this. I can tell you the first time, that I know of that we had roundtable at the state board, was around sexual assault, as a topic, and it was because actually, my recommendation was that we needed more input, from different stakeholders. And so I said, well, how do we do that? So then I suggested to the committee that they use a roundtable structure. But the solve was for the information they needed to make a decision. It did not consider parliamentary procedure. And so I don't have a expert opinion on where it should fit. But I do want to give the context around why a roundtable was used in a committee format. Because it was in response to how do we pull together information for an issue that we as a board did not have expertise in.
Can I second everything you've said with that? I think that's how we should do it now. So I completely agree. It should be through the committee. I think it should be the committee doing the roundtable unless specified otherwise. But I think we may want to kind of exempt us from quorum requirements on that, because there could be a situation where you have, let's say, on sexual assault, a very long hearing perhaps with a lot of witnesses. You know, it could be on the weekend even, and you may not have a quorum of the committee present, but you may have 2 members that are interested in doing it or something like that, 1 or 2 members. So I think we just want to spell that out in the bylaws, but I'll wait till SOPs to hear what you're thinking of.
I would offer that would be like a further maturation of this process, because this was not public witnesses to weigh in. It was more like we invited, like almost like an invite only hearing at the council.
Yeah.
Where like, it was meant to like share things that maybe they didn't know, process that they didn't know.
So like we invited different government agencies and people who overlapped into this issue, and that way we could put together the information, but it did not involve public witnesses beyond that. I'm not saying it couldn't, I'm just saying that would be even a step further, which we have not yet considered.
So then now turn over to
Yeah.
the SOP.
So the smaller handout with the standard operating procedures. Again, I just call out a few sections for this, but feel free to go through the entire document. If you go to the next slide, adding new business to the working session agenda. We realize what's tricky here is at working sessions, the list is shared out with members of what has been shared. A previous version of this required members to share out new business at least 7 days prior. Now we make it a bit more clear that while new business is offered, or any additional new business is offered at a working session, it's explained that keeping to the 7 business days before the meeting, the reason is that members would have time to review those items, and it's more of a best practice to stick to those 7 business days, but at the same time, additional.
And I would go further to say, I think there's a difference between, there's a requirement around open law that we post agendas. So technically, once you post the public agenda, you need to post all the things that go with it. And that is the time limit we don't set, like the set number of days when something should be made available to the public. And so essentially, new business needs to be submitted before then, and we're not supposed to change the agenda. Because technically it's not public, because people, if you can't be providing things, people have access to. And they haven't also seen it been posted online. So like, cause we reached out to last week, we like, wait, like that, so the board has been doing it incorrectly. And so we're not supposed to change the agenda in the meeting, so that all new business should be added before the agenda is posted. But I mean, it's really up to you all whether you decide to follow it or not. Cause it really is up to the members. But we wanted to go in and change it because no one was adhering to the 7 days. Before it was changed, so.
Yeah, I support the 7 days and we'll try to stick to that, but I think we should have a procedure. Just in case there's something that comes up within that window of time that precluded notice. So for example, at DC Council, there's a rule where if the nature of an emergency precludes traditional notice, there could be an exception. So like what we could do is at the working session, vote to add items to the new business agenda that weren't included on the original circulation, maybe with a supermajority of the board, if the member articulates that the circumstances precluded them from noticing in time. And that would just be if there's like something that's urgent. We don't want to prevent ourselves from acting. That's always a concern of any public body, is setting up rules that prevent prompt action if circumstances dictate it.
And so I want to be clear, I think there were some constraints around that were built into the bylaws for things like when COVID happened. Because then that changed, like you had to adjust, and that was an emergent situation that may have required, a different set of things than normal business. So I like, are you suggesting that it not be an emergent issue, or just whatever individual member does report? Like I want to make a clear distinction there.
So I'll be glad to draft the language on this. I would recommend adding language to the SOPs that require, before items are added to new business that weren't noticed for the public, because I get the transparency issue. I think the member should have to explain why it couldn't be agendized within that time frame, and typically this would be because something happened within the last 7 days. So let's say like a major incident occurs at DCPS, like let's say there's a fire, let's say there's something like a budget action or something that we feel we need to talk about in the working session, because we may need to advance a resolution on it, either a state resolution or even a ceremonial resolution of some sort, and it didn't make the agenda. We don't want to lock ourselves out of being able to react quickly as a public body to circumstances like that. So you could have 2 safeguards. 1, the member's got to explain the circumstance, and 2, there's got to be a supermajority to add it to the agenda. I think both of those would safeguard, the transparency, and would hold us all to a standard of sticking to the 7 days.
This red line version does have how you do it now is the president asks, do members have any additional items to add to the list? And so that's what it says here in the red line version, but we could kind of include what you're suggesting.
I need to clarify if you can follow.
Yeah.
So whatever you all would like to do, I think we're fine with that, but you need to clarify and then follow whatever you all vote on.
Or we could change it to like items of discussion or the new
Or
things that are
something,
added.
yeah.
Because that's how it is listed on the agenda.
But like items of discussion aren't things that like have resolution, those are things just for discussion, which is a different level of. I think it's like, this is an area where if there are concrete suggestions, we would love you all to put them in the comments. So that we can see. And other people can see like who said what, or what the change your suggestion would be. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. I mean, I think a couple of things. I think that all new business is not necessarily resolution. I think that if for things like, if you want a resolution, 7 business days makes sense. I think what was happening in my head is, you were speaking about agendas and open meeting comments and notice, is in C. And what I know is that if you have a special meeting as an ANC, they require you to, just like with us, to have very specific, we are talking about these things and nothing else. If it is a public meeting, especially because people can, not just commissioners, but also members of the public, you know, like you say, the topic is constituent concerns, anything could come up with constituent concerns. And so technically we are noticing the topic, which is new business, and then the things that come up, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not so sure if I would go as far as it's the open meetings violation blanketly. I do think that providing materials so members and the public can be informed in discussion is actually really important. I don't think that everything that is do business is that type of business though. If I think about just the stuff that people listed off at the last January meeting, everything wasn't a resolution. And so I would like us to, or I think for me, as far as like how we create language that is both that limits us in the right ways, like encourages our best behavior, would be maybe to look back and see like what are the types of things that are added during the business. Maybe have some very specific language for resolutions and things that require a vote, and then maybe some different language for things that don't require a vote. Because people bring up stuff like almost like announcements in business, right? Like that's not a 7-day notice thing. And so I don't, I think it's just worth some investigation. So that we can both be, not just within the requirements, but do our best work and, be as true to what's necessary in the body, as possible.
So we will, again, as you all, we're taking notes, but the exact comments or like the comments, we're gonna ask people to put them in documents so that, again, we can make sure we get everyone's feedback around this. So when we send it around, you all can make a comment in there. Again, so that we can make all the edits at once, that'll be helpful. All right.
All right, next slide, please. This next one, this is on page 4 of the standard operating procedures. Just very quickly, one thing we noticed was that for direct constituent engagement funds, as all of you may know, members at the start of the fiscal year get $1,000 for their award to spend. But if a member leaves and say spent a certain amount, say like $200, and then they leave, the incoming member would get the remaining amount for that fiscal year. So they'd have $800 left for the end of the fiscal year. When the new fiscal year starts, it would replenish back to $1,000. We just made that much more clear in this statement.
Just not bring over the board and just put forward.
Question, do you all, like for new incoming members, do you all give each ward how much they have? Like, I guess at the beginning of, well, not so much a fiscal year, but if you have, again, it's an election year and they're new people, do you all give a list of, okay,
Of what's remaining.
of what's remaining, or if it's for it, if it
Not
has.
the every expression, because like, I don't think we know, because we don't track it.
So
Like,
who
Homa
does-
tracks it, no, like, we don't know personally, like, we can set you up with Homa, he can tell you how much each member has, or each board has left for the fiscal year. But every October, it resets.
Oh, Javon, you do track it?
Yeah, 'cause
You put your request in through me
Yeah, that's what
to
it-
actually spend your money, so once I see the amount, I just have a spreadsheet, I have everybody with $1,000, so I know who spends their money, who has some, and then it'll show me on my spreadsheet the remaining balance.
So
of
that
what
would
you
be,
have.
that would be a great example of a comment that you could add to update that language, and then we could.
Yeah.
we
But
could-
it makes perfect sense because we're elected on a calendar year, so to speak, and we come into
Right.
office. And the fiscal year is the 30, so it makes sense because there could be remaining money that that person still has there.
Or the,
Or no
what
way
that
out,
might, you
right?
know, what that person has or has not.
But it makes perfect sense
For
because
that
of
war.
how we're operating and how we're sworn into office.
Yeah.
So.
And just maybe a suggestion, as you all onboard new members, I don't know if onboarding is on here, as you all onboard new members, either like in their orientation, maybe just to kind of let them know that information or let them know that, hey, that might be coming up. Because again, somebody doesn't know, if you're new, you're coming in, that information I believe should be provided.
You mean the amount, because the constituent service.
The amount,
Yeah.
The
it's in
amount.
onboarding, yeah.
the amount
But
should
the
be.
amount. should be
Yes,
at that
thank you.
time.
The amount should be provided at that time. So if you're giving me the information about constituent funds, then can you give me the information that would be from Javon to say, okay, one, this is how you access it. Two, this is how much is in there, and you know.
So the accessing piece is in there, we can update
Okay.
the onboarding procedures to give you more control.
That's
Yeah.
all.
Oh,
Yeah, because the process is in the orientation materials, like, they're in there, but we did not include the amount, but we can do that.
But it's also a lot that happens at orientation, and that's why we give you a binder, and all the things, and that's why we also gotta revisit.
I also would
The amount
recommend,
wasn't in there.
and maybe just having a part two, because it is so much information between, again, there's so much happening at the same time. And there's so many moving parts at the same time. And so I just would suggest that maybe we be a little more thoughtful and intentional. And I know you, Bernice, you said, I'm sorry, Representative Thompson said that, hey, 2 years ago, I don't think there was an orientation, right? Like at all for the new oncoming members, I believe, or was that not?
We held the first one, with the class that brought in representative.
At one point, there was not, so at one point, there was not an orientation. No, there was an orientation, it's the second orientation we got that happened.
Mhm.
I just wanted to clarify for the sake of like tracking, like
Got it.
you're saying, like the amount should be in there. And I'm
Right.
Right, that's all.
Right, the amount
But
should be
yes,
in
we
there, and maybe there should also be a part two because of the amount of information coming. Because I just also want to be mindful that people also have jobs, so they're not homeless.
Well, I think that is a great suggestion. I mean, you do it based on member feedback. Because last time it was during the working session, and so this time we held it separately because of member feedback. And so I think our staff can definitely take that and make that adjustment.
Thank you.
Because we never know what members need until they tell us.
Correct.
So I think that's helpful for us to make adjustments.
Thank you, Director Butler.
So I'm gonna propose an amendment to this section and I'll write it out for you. But what I would suggest we do to solve this issue of like an outgoing member spending all the money prior to the new person coming in is that if someone's up for election that year, that we limit it to 1/4 of the amount. Because it's an even break, basically. So but prior to the member being reelected, that quarter they're up for reelection, they can only spend 1/4 of the money, which right now would be $250. So that way you don't end up with somebody losing and then depleting the incoming member's entire year's budget before they go out, like having an end of year party, you know, after they've lost or even, you know, kind of leading up to their election, they lose, the new member comes in with $0 in their constituent fund. So I think if somebody's up for election, they get 1/4 of the money in prior to January 1, and you eliminate this whole problem. I'll write the language up.
I mean, we can write the language. I think that's a decision that's up to the board. It's not a decision staff, like, it doesn't hurt us one way or the others, whatever you all decide for yourselves.
And I'll add another part of this that we updated was and it's more of a reminder that, that those funds must be spent not at the end of the fiscal year, but 30 days before the end of the fiscal year. So even,
To be obligated.
yeah, spending that money, you could still be rejected if you don't fall into that 30-day window before the end of the fiscal year. We can move on to the next one, executing public meeting panels. So that's on page 5 of the SOPs. And so pretty much we discussed this a bit. I don't know if you want to discuss it anymore, but the main thing is just going through what that standard operating procedure. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, let's.
Where do you want me to go there?
I'm sorry, you can go to the next one. Student representative replacement process, we just update the language around instead of excused, unexcused, anything like that. It's just giving us a heads up if you're unable to make it. That would just count as an unexcused. So we just pretty much cleaned up that language so that it's easier to follow. So that was part of that as well. And then these are just other SOP sections that were heavily edited and updated. And by edited, it could just mean cleaned up. Some of them could have been changed a little bit. So because of the task force and working group addition in the bylaws, we just added additional language around that. Introducing legislation to DC councils, that was discussed at a previous working session, and so that language based on member feedback was added. Introducing state resolutions, we just updated language around that. Those are on pages 8 and 9, but in the interest of time, we don't have to go through those. And then our communications team updated the media engagement protocol. That is almost entirely new section, so please do review that section along with the other sections. But those were others. And then for executing public meeting panels, I think on page 5, actually I'll hold on that, but there was one other one that we caught that which is on page 11 of the standard operating procedures, just moving work through the committee. Just one update on that is memo. While reports are voted on, memos are not. So we're just going to update the language around memos and just updating what kind of work moves through the committee. But just reviewing these documents themselves is a good refresher for how the state board operates and the work that we do. So at the very least, if you could please review these by the 12th. We will be voting at the February public meeting, not the March public meeting. So so time is of the essence. If you have any questions, please reach out to us. This will all be in your emails and we will send links for you to get those by. Are there any other questions on the bylaws for the standard operating procedures? Yes.
Darren, can I share what I shared with you here, earlier for the public record?
Sure.
About, so. So in this SOP, I didn't see anything about how we, I guess like communicate memos to OSSI or, you know, if it's not like a resolution. But we were asking about, I'm just gonna use my example, you know, OSSI transportation, and we're trying to have, we have follow-up questions and we want to submit a memo. I didn't see anything in the table of contents about the procedures for doing that. Like, does it need to go through leadership? Does it need to go through Director Butler? Like, does the whole, like what is the exact process for that? Because as I was looking at the agenda, I was like, why is this not on here? But I was thinking, one, it's probably in draft form. 2, it may not be ready, because like you said, it has to be submitted for the public. But again, what is the process? Like, cause again, coming in, I don't know.
Well, I think that's a very good question. And so when you say memos, I'm not quite sure what you mean. We don't send memos to IC, we send letters. And so
Well, maybe letters, I'm sorry, I
Yeah, and so I
didn't,
think
my apologies
we
for
can
the.
add that to this, but like board letters, and this is about, the board leadership did talk about it and they decided next steps, and I have to follow up with it. So, but the next step for anything, because once you send it out to get feedback to the board via email, then we put together the draft letter and send it back out to the board for any further comment, and the letter is sent to us, and once you all sign it. That's it.
Okay.
That's not, it's not, and so we actually really did discuss this at the last leadership meeting, but between the leadership meeting and the retreat, I just had not gotten back to that on my to-do list, but that's my apology. But yes, no, I think it's fine to also lay that out here. If it makes information clear, and so everybody understand, that's not a problem.
Thank you, Director Butler.
Any other questions? Last,
I'm just gonna make a comment. I mean, the media engagement protocol, which I'm reading right now. I'm not gonna do any of this stuff, and it's just, it's micromanaging board members to a degree. Yes, I mean, people can't speak for the board, but like, no board member should say, I'm speaking on behalf of the board, except the president. I mean, that's obvious. But like, the degree of detail that this goes into, I mean, we're all individual elected officials who are accountable for their actions. So like this just gets to a degree of trying to micromanage the members. Like, everybody here knows, and I'm glad to put this in there, that they can't say I'm speaking for the board, except the president talking about an official matter. I don't know why we would put this in the SOPs. Because I don't think there's really been ever a problem, or at least not since I've been here, where members come out and said, I'm speaking on behalf of the board. To the media, it's that when they speak, they're not going to go through the detail of stating that I don't speak for the board, because that's just assumed. They're just gonna speak. So if somebody goes up to interview somebody and says, what's your opinion on cell phones, for example? And so they go interview Representative Best, he'll give his opinion. They'll come interview me, I may have a different opinion. But like, it's just like the degree we go into here, that Representative Best and I, we need to say, I am not speaking on behalf of the State Board of Education and giving these remarks. Nobody's gonna do that. They're just gonna give their opinion. And what I don't want to do is then having somebody come back and say, well, you didn't specifically state you were speaking on your own behalf and you violated the very descriptive SOP. So I'm gonna move to strike all that stuff from here. I just don't think it's necessary. But, you know, I mean, it's,
I will say, while Representative Goulet, you may not, there were a time when, before you all sat on the board, that was not, like, members were not clear. Not necessarily you all specifically, but like before. And so I do say, this was not an attempt to micromanage, but to help guide folks as they were setting up their own media interviews. And so if it is better to state, particularly again, as some of the things as guidance versus procedures, that may be helpful, but it's definitely not an attempt to micromanage members, but also an attempt to like, because sometimes people don't, like, media folks don't say things and they're just gonna quote so-and-so state board, and then they'll just keep going, and now it's out that the state board has said something, and we just wanted to prep members as much as possible. But it's not again,
go ahead.
we're not tracking you.
So, and I think you can appreciate this, as someone who's an actual lawyer, and someone once said to me, the reason certain things are in fine print in the contracts is because somebody did it.
Yeah.
So, yes, people do all kinds of things, that I hope no one will ever be aware of. Not just as like individual members, but the public could people clean them up. So no, maybe you have not done these things, but people have done these things. And Ebony Rose did not run this section, that is not a disclaimer, but I can verify, that these types of things do happen. What I would, offer is that I am not sure they belong in SOPs. I do think, that this is actually good and important guidance. It needs to be somewhere, but I'm not so sure it's like it has to be like it's a procedural issue. But I would just, people do come to the board with all different types of, not just, personalities and people to represent, but experience. And some people have more experience, with things like media training than others.
I hear you. I just, when I read this, I'm going to read this sentence here, and this is what concerns me. It says, placing stories in an effort to publicize official state board work is the exclusive duty of the agency's public information officer. I mean, so like that, it almost would seem to preclude if I wanted to, let's say, go to the Informer or something and get a article on a nurse resolution that we passed already to try to drum up some support before the budget or something like that. That would not be something I could do. We would have to go to the PIO because it's the official work of the state board. So like when you get to that level of detail, I don't agree with it, first of all. I mean, the number one rule is don't say the board says, or like when you're speaking, like unless you're the president, don't say the board feels, the board says, the board, give the opinion of the board. Don't speak on behalf of the board unless you're authorized to do it in testimony or unless you're the president. I mean, that's it. I mean, that's easy. We can put that in there.
I'm sorry, I want to reiterate, I would go back to, I think there are really good examples of why people should do some of these things. And in a time that is not, recorded and broadcast to the public, I would be happy to give you some, really bad examples, that were problematic, without naming anyone in particular, so you can understand probably why the staff did some of this. But I will also just argue, and I think we agree on this, that the place to address this is not necessarily the standard operating procedures. I do think some things have happened that somebody needs to like your good examples are good examples. And we want more good member behavior in that way. Because it is important for us to talk about the work that we do. And it is important, to make sure that the board speaks with one voice on the things that we have voted to speak with one voice around. I don't know if procedurally this is the way to capture that. And maybe, there are things that we can address around the language, but if we remove it from the standard operating procedures altogether, I think that solves some of this, but I don't think the intentions around this should go away. If that makes sense. That would be my 2 cents.
Could I add, say a member gets approached by someone from the media, and they're like, shoot, what am I supposed to do here? Instead of emailing staff or trying to figure things out or reaching out to the communications team. This is sort of like a one-stop shop of, well, I want to bring this to a working session, or I'm approached by media. Like, this is more a one-stop shop for the processes that go into it. And I get what you're saying, but that's by taking it out, it would be creating one more thing for members to have to.
Can I offer something else? So I will offer that just like we put other things in our orientation binders and I think it should be captured. I think it should be made available. I think there should be guidance. As somebody who's had to say, I called some people and I'm like, you did this, what's going on? What didn't you know? What do you need to know? All the things. Like, I do think there should be guidance and it should be consistent. So I think it is possible to remove it in the SOPs and still have it somewhere where members can access and understand and know who to go to for support when they are approached for things.
Is there a way to make a media toolkit somewhere, or is that too much?
No, there is in the orientation binder, It actually has most of these things in it. Yeah. And
Hold on.
and sometimes folks still don't follow.
Right. That is wonderful for the orientation binder. I remember it. I got it. That is helpful. But I'm just talking about as a, like you said, to not be in the SOP, but as a resource for the entire board to say, hey, like how we have our different drop boxes for different things. Hey guys, this is the drop box for the media toolkit that is available at all times, not just in an orientation, but to everybody at all times. And again, if you all want to give examples of what to do and what not to do, I still think sometimes, depending on what's going on, I can say, hey, LaJoy's talking in her individual capacity as the Ward 8 state board member, but they may not necessarily write it that way. Like you said, they could just go, LaJoy, Ward 8, state board said, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then you call and be like, well, LaJoy, well, why did you say this? I said I was speaking in my individual capacity.
Right, let me say this, I am assuming that staff is not assuming negative intent here. I don't think anyone's assuming intent. And I actually, it's not part of the writing of this, but I have had some examples of like, okay, so, and sometimes it's like, they portrayed you this way, I know you didn't mean it this way, what we gonna do to fix it together? So it's not a blame thing. I would note that all members, just like when I walked into member orientation, I wasn't just there because I was sworn in. All members have the binder and everything in the binder is online and available to everyone at all times. And so when I say like, there are other places we can put this that folks can access altogether, that media toolkit as described, I could pull it up and show you right now. And I know that people, because it is so much information in so many different places, people don't always access it. And so I think I'm more so responding to what Representative Goulet is describing and saying like, nobody's gonna do this, I'm not gonna follow this, and understanding why the staff is trying to both be like, hey, where do we put this information so that people access it and support it? Because people tend to look at things like SOPs in a way they do not always look at. And so I don't think this is the ideal. I don't think this is the right way, but I can understand the approach, and since I understand the why, I'm trying to think through out loud with everyone else, where do we put it? So it's not punitive, but it is actionable and accessible.
And so where we, what may be helpful, it's very clear. People don't want it, SOPs, and that's, again, the staff is not dying on any hills. But what we will do, and we'll make sure that all the new members have access to the SBOE SharePoint. Every file, every agenda, everything that we do is on SharePoint, instead of Dropbox, because it's like the public facing part. But we'll take some time to walk all of our new members through that so that you all can find out and we can place it in a separate document. The staff has noted, various members not wanting in here, and changing the title from like sort of protocol to a set of guidance, or media toolkit, and we will make that available. But so I think it is very helpful, that when we're thinking about what the member orientation looks like. Hard to explain, because it is very hard to do, in the past, it's very difficult to get members beyond the standard and standards. Yeah, so, that's why it was scheduled that way. But we will make adjustments and make sure that our running members have what they need, and we will take the feedback on this section about the media protocol and make adjustments before it goes to a vote on the 19th.
Could I make a request to Representative Williams? Could we discuss this at an admin committee meeting? Because I don't even really respectfully agree with the example that Darren gave there about like if a reporter comes up to you that you should kind of what the process is. Because I think it's fine if you answer the reporter, just so you don't speak on behalf of the board. So like, I think this would be something good for like a future admin committee meeting to kind of discuss this, if that would be acceptable.
We could put that as an agenda.
Okay.
I'm hoping that everyone, I don't try to stifle comments and everything, but I can hear from everyone, but I'm hoping that we've gotten enough information and feedback for Dr. Fleischer and all the hard work that he's done, which we truly appreciate, and everyone else who's also worked with Dr. Fleischer on this. So with that being said, I would like to move us to the next item on our agenda. We'll now move on to new business, okay? And I want to ask members if they have any additional items of new business to add to the following list. So I'm gonna let me read the list real quick. Youth Town Hall debrief, expert panel discussion, public witness testimony flow, furthering admission, inclusion and representation, Fair Act of 2025. SR 25-1, addressing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC issues in DCPS public schools. SR 25-2, calling for eliminating student cell phone usage during the school day. SR 25-3, establishing committee structures and assignments. And I've added one, which I've discussed with many of the members, education as a civil rights resolution. Is there anything else for new business? Okay, so I'm gonna go here with Vice President, after you, Representative Gould.
Yeah, I have a short announcement of a gift for members and staff from the National Women's Foundation.
Representative Gould.
I don't have anything to add, but I was just speaking with some of the students, and what we wanted to do, Representative Barnes particularly, I think had to leave for the discussion on the cell phones, so I would like to just move a motion without objection to move item F to the beginning of the new business agenda, so all members could participate in the discussion. That would be acceptable. Sorry.
It's been properly moved and seconded.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nays, all in favor, opposed? No. Okay. Okay. Another new business item?
Just a reminder about the Aussie DOT memo. First, that I'm weighing.
I have two things. Thank Mark, the Washington Literacy Center reached out to me, with a budget letter request. And then the second thing is, I don't know how to couch this, but a discussion around government funds for childcare. Same what we do.
Like campaign or just like in our meetings or just in general? Like in general for our meetings or just?
It's a longer discussion.
Okay, got it. Okay.
All right, so I've listed those items. And that being said, we will proceed with the new business items. Youth Town Hall debrief, Dr. Fleischer.
Mr.
Oh,
President.
I'm so sorry, just reading the script. SR 25-2, calling for elimination of student cell phone usage during the school day.
Should I just kick it off here? I want to make sure we give everyone the chance to speak up, so I'll be brief on this. I entered this discussion when Representative O'Leary raised it, started this discussion last fall, having no thought one way or the other on it. I felt we had a panel of experts in that really gave compelling testimony about the advantages to our students and our teachers of restricting cell phones. I think we've seen throughout the school year with the middle schools a very effective implementation of this policy. I think they create distractions in the learning environment. I think we should do the right thing by our students to have them put the phones away at the beginning of the day, get them at the end. I think it reduces safety issues. It reduces the bullying we've seen, the allowing the students then to actually interact with each other at lunch rather than be on their phones. And lastly, I don't support the idea that it should be up to the income of the student to be able to participate in class activities based on whether or not they have a phone. I feel like DCPS, charter schools should provide the technology that's necessary to educate our students. And I do not believe that it should be in any way incumbent upon a student to have a cell phone to be able to fully participate in those activities. So I support the bill put forward by Councilmember Pinto. I might have some technical edits that I discuss later just on the issue of smartwatches potentially, but I do fully support for all the reasons that the panelists articulated in banning this throughout the school day, and would heartily support moving this resolution at the next meeting.
Yeah, I'll add into that. I know this is a potentially like, I guess controversial, or there are multiple perspectives on this topic. I also agree with it, but the one thing I want us to think about, and I don't also think the legislation fully addresses yet, is supporting schools with this. So like, whether like, my fear with that is that this would become like an unfunded mandate. And that, we would essentially say, do this without any real guidance or funds. I've seen this work well at my previous school. Middle school, it did not have the same situation in the high school, and it was very chaotic from grade to grade, classroom to classroom. But at the current school that I'm working at, we do have phone holders, and even something like that is can work in some places. And making sure that we're engaging communities as to what actually resources they would need for students, staff, and parents to feel like it would be an effective policy.
May I respond briefly to
Right
the
here.
question? So I think we have addressed that concern in our resolution, because our resolution obviously is not putting the policy into effect. We can't mandate the policy.
Right.
Council is doing that with their actions. So what we've called for in our resolve clauses is for funding to be included, for fixtures, for equipment that are needed to secure the phones in a fiscal year 25 supplemental budget. So you typically, there's always, at least in recent years, been a supplemental budget that's gone along with the next fiscal year's budget. So we specifically call out that issue to avoid any unfunded mandate. I think that was important testimony we received on that. And I know the council would be, I'm sure, receptive to that as well. And I think we should include it in any testimony we give on the legislation, just encouraging that, this not be passed on to schools without funding. And I really cognizant of that. So thanks for raising it.
Yeah, to give a better point.
To that point on that, sorry. I have to jump.
No, go, Representative Henderson, go ahead.
Just on that clause, in the resolution draft, it does say one time non-recurring. I think there's a range of equipment that schools might use, and some of it is likely to have a lot of attrition, so I don't think.
Okay.
Like a one-time.
I would definitely support striking the one-time language if that would be helpful. I was thinking the large infusion would be one time. But I hear your point that there'll be a replacement cost. So let's just take one time out and be silent.
Like if it's a lock set of lockers, that's one thing. If it's the bags that they do, like those.
That's a great point. We can make that adjustment.
Just a couple things. One, I really think this needs to be a school decision. Like, there are so many things happening at the same time with so many schools. And then even with, if we even strike one-time funding and try to make it over a course of time, they still need to implement this in real time, one. Two, there are, again, I feel like I'm talking not our student babies, but I feel like I might be blowing the whistle on somebody. I'm sorry, don't judge y'all. But okay, here you go, here's my phone. Okay, there you go. Baby, I got 2 cell phones in my pocket. So you've taken this one, but I still got 2 cell phones. That's for real. Like, these are real examples and real things. The other thing too is there are students, as it goes back to bullying, for what we said earlier, and student safety concerns, where a child was jumped. And had that child not called their mother from their cell phone, would have never known. Then we had another situation where involved a cell phone, where there was an altercation, again, between a student and a teacher. Do you think mom found out? Do you think the school told her? No, the student called and told her about what was going on. And so I'm just wondering, like, if schools are just dealing with so much, this needs to be their decision with their parents, with their students, with their staff, so that way they can implement it out. Just saying.
Representative Mayor.
I agree. I also think that we should backpedal a bit. I feel like the language in here is quite drastic, prohibiting the use of cell phones during the day. I know that the SAC, based on the conversations that we've had, and my peers pretty strongly disagree with that. And I can also attest to the double phones. I know several people for which that is the case. And I think that a sweeping, like an all or nothing solution isn't productive. I remember the first working session, I said this, a solution like that is just a Band-Aid, and it doesn't address any of the underlying issues. And I think that phones are absolutely a problem, but more than that, they're a symptom. And just taking or trying to take them away, because based on my experience, that probably wouldn't be that successful, especially if we don't have clear enough funding for schools to actually do that. I think that that is counterproductive.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Representative Barnes.
Considering oftentimes schools don't, especially in the underserved community, you got a lot of schools who don't have access to them things we have. And even when they do, they're broke up, bent up, messed up. You barely can use them. They're not reliable whatsoever. The Wi-Fi in the school most times is terrible. But on my phone, I got the LT, 5 GB, so I can use it. It's different, right? And then on that, but we're creating a sense of literally disobedience for our young people. Like, you got kids coming in, you got security at the front door, yet still kids are able to sneak in their phones. They will literally sit beside a teacher and be on their phone like this, yet the teacher don't say nothing. What's the point of implementing this when there's not going to be anybody fully doing it? Not even that, but you're literally just creating just disobedient kids. Like, do we want our students to be disobedient? Why can't we just, why can't we just adjust to the needs of our students? Obviously, our phone, it's not like we can't live without our phone. However, this is something like what's the reason? It's really bullying. Oh yeah, bullying came long before social media. Let's be real. It came long before its cell phones. So how about we begin to tell the parents, teachers, and people like that to hold the people accountable for how we use the cell phone? How about we begin before we go to the schools, go to Instagram about telling them possibly, we can stop bullying, tell Instagram though. We can stop, the tweeting, if I'm being real, right? 90% of us in this meeting, if we were in this meeting sitting back today and they collected our phones at the beginning, we cannot survive. Because it'd be a lot of us just up here, just like this, doing the meetings. So just like the classroom.
I'm going to stick with our students. Hold on. I have Representative King that has his hand up as well. So I'm going to go there. Representative King.
Yes, I think that there might be, I think it's a little bit vague as to the district-wide policy prohibiting the use, because I feel like more guidance you might want to have more guidance on the exact specific policies. In addition, the blanket ban for every grade level might be looked at with disapproval because, for example, I rely on using my phone in my high school as a senior because I lead too many clubs, and so without the ability to do my work as a senior, it might be a little bit more difficult. But like, for example, in comparison, when I was in fourth grade, I had no business being on my phone because I wasn't leading or like sending emails or having correspondence at all. So I would recommend having some sort of grade tiered system and looking at that, as well as more specific general guidance. Um, I'm personally neutral on whether it's in general a good idea to ban phones, though it's in addition to the double phone thing, there could also be guidance on how and to what extent security guards, etc., can search students. Because, for example, I've known and heard of people hiding, for example, like cheat sheets to like tests in their underwear. We can like obviously teachers can't like check that, but like if a student wants to hide their phone like in their pants, there should probably like in their pants, there should probably be guidance as to what extent like the adult can search the child. And so I would love to have that clarified now rather than like in reality. So just more clarification, I think.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative King. I'm going to stick with the online and go to Representative Chang. Representative Chang. Okay, since he has not responded.
Sorry about that. Hello, hello.
Oh,
Hi. Yes. So all of these are fair points. Want to answer Rep. Barnes' question of why we're doing this. It's based on the request of educators and administrators, first and foremost, who have been repeatedly asking for this support to be able to make this a uniform policy rather than putting the burden on them to figure it out case by case. And based on what we heard from our last expert session and the public witnesses that came to testify in favor of this. I just want to make sure that that point is clear as we continue this conversation.
Thank you.
I'd like to get the queue for a second round after everybody has spoke.
Okay.
I'm taking
I got a few
notes.
more people before we do second round. Representative Wade.
Yes, I thank you, Representative Chang, for underscoring that. I do think that there has been a lot of support from teachers and administrators with this. And I think to your point, Representative Barnes, even though I appreciate your passion, on this topic, the purpose here is to promote learning. You know, we are living in a distracted age, in which so many things are competing for adults' attention, students' attention, period. And we also see that as students are transitioning back from COVID, right, there's a lack of kind of socialization, social skills, being able to be present and engage with each other. And the phones have created a huge challenge. I respect and think that we need to think seriously about the concerns for families and making sure that this is not a substitute for like dealing with the challenge that schools also need to improve their communication systems with parents and families, especially when particular incidents arise. So I do understand that concern, on behalf of student safety. I think that's something we need to take seriously. But at the end of the day, I think that the purpose here is to eliminate distractions and to promote learning. And that we're seeing a lot of gains when we do that.
Representative Best.
Yeah, so before I get started, I just want to say, please bear with me. This is not the stuff that I've been emailing you all, but I do want to make sure I do commit it to public record. So I did write down something so that I could voice out how I truly feel about this. All right, so as someone who's been in education for the last 20 years as both a teacher and administrator, I have serious concerns about this proposal. We are seeing a trend across the country where governors and top-down lawmakers across the country are starting to push for cell phone bans. It's also important to note that most of these bans and the push is actually coming from up top, right? It's a political trend, one that has serious implications that I fear that we're not paying attention to. I'm a firm believer that everything we do should be to set our students up for success as adults. So if mobile technology is changing the way we do business, why are we pushing to eliminate it in our schools? I want to be clear. I also believe that this is a restrictive policy that ignores the glaring gaps that we have in equitable access to resources across our schools. As a state board of education, it's our job to set the standard and provide insight and nuances that our lawmakers might not have. These nuances that I'm talking about, I'm gonna list some of them, right? So most of our classroom materials are accessed digitally, right? At many of our schools, our students have gain access to those materials via their phones due to resource challenges. This is the reality of where we are today, and we can't just wish it away. Our students have made it clear, everything that we can do on our phones, we can do on our laptops. So are we really solving the problem that we're trying to solve, that you all want to solve, which is really a student engagement and bullying problem, right? So for example, when we were at our retreat, right, I was messaging Representative Goulet throughout the retreat on my laptop, right? And speaking of our retreat, the most engaged you all were throughout the whole time was when you all were using your phone to access the materials was it Kahoot, I believe it was. Look it, yes. But that was the most engaged that everyone was. Are you really trying to take that away from our teachers, right? This mandate is unfunded, not the resolution though, is unfunded. So schools would have to bear the burden of, the phone lockers. And in reality, I also believe that this mandate actually doesn't do anything other than restrict innovation. And what I mean by this is schools already have the ability to ban phones in their building. So it actually does nothing for them. I'm going to repeat that again. Schools already have the ability to ban phones in their buildings, so it does nothing for them. The only people it impacts are the teachers and the schools that want to use their cell phones as a source of innovation and engagement. Is that the kind of board that we want to be, where we're actively restricting what our schools and our teachers can do. We should trust our schools and our school leaders and our educators to make the best decisions for our schools. So to move forward on this is honestly kind of like saying like you don't care. You don't care about the teacher who uses the cell phone as a motivator or a source of engagement. You don't care about the schools that are short on resources where the students have to use their phones to access the content. All this in favor of a mandate that doesn't actually address the root cause of what we're facing, which is classroom management and bullying. We don't have professional development right now that's available for our teachers on how to teach in a digital society right now. Those are the things that we should be talking about first before we get to a cell phone ban. Remember, we're the State Board of Education. They should be following our lead instead of following theirs. During our panel, we heard testimony from one of our instructional superintendents, someone who I respect very much. And during that time, he said cell phone use during emergencies would make schools less safe. And while this is a very solid theoretical premise, real world examples have show otherwise, such as in Uvalde, Texas, where a 4th grade student used their cell phone to contact authorities, which led them to arriving on the scenes. An Abundant Life Christian school where a 2nd grader called 911 to report a shooting. It's incidents like this that happened recently that show that that statement might not really be true. In fact, it is the reason why New York City paused their cell phone ban in the first place. So these are things that we need to think about. As leaders, I hope that you all are not looking for the political reasons or the political thing that is, popular right now. And that we actually start to look at the root cause of the issues and try to develop solutions that are surrounding the root causes of these issues. Things that will help us also as we think about, excuse me, I'm already losing my voice, that's crazy. Ways that we can be more forward thinking and innovative in addressing the challenges that we are faced with. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going second round now, or if there's first round, we're still, okay.
Yeah, I still want second first round.
We're first round, yeah.
I got it.
So I am concerned about digital equity. So I do think that there are instances where our schools don't have the devices that they need, that we need to address that. And I think lots of us have supported that in the past. I'm also supportive of this policy and this resolution. I do think that the thing that it does provide, which Representative Chang mentioned, is leaders are asking for a uniform policy. Like, I think there is an advantage of a uniform policy throughout the district, as opposed to putting the onus on individual school leaders to do that. And I agree with Representative Williams that the intent is about learning. I think that exceptions can be made if there is a deliberate curricular need for using cell phones for a specific purpose. Do that. I hear you on. I'm saying I hear you, Representative Best, on student engagement, but I also don't think it's fair to ask teachers to engage, like compete with entertainment. Like phones are providing like entertainment and like different kinds of engagement versus teaching and learning. Sometimes it can be as engaging as entertainment. A lot of the time it's not going to be. But I think that the phones make it harder for teachers to engage in it because they're distractions. And I think, yes, there are underlying root issues and we want to address those, but I think we need to address symptoms also. We need to treat symptoms when they come up. We don't need to add things that make it harder to engage students or manage classrooms. Just anecdotally, I know that private schools are places where they're restricting cell phone use. And so I think we need to both be sensitive to the reasons why private school might be able to do that, whereas it would be harder for a public school to do it, but also to be attentive to the difference in educational experience that goes along with, not to be have an inequity. In that sense.
Dr. Colson?
Sure. I agree with what the students have said. I think that this is a Band-Aid to a bigger issue. I think the panel was not sufficient because we did not hear from people who are actually implementing this potential policy. I have been collecting funds for numerous years, and I would say that in addition to having a policy, you have to have the manpower to implement something like this. So for example, in 2018, one high school hired a person just to collect cell phones all day because that's how big the work is. That following year, that position was cut because of budget restraints. Then we moved to having the Yonder pouches. The children looked up on YouTube how to open those, and so we stopped using those. Then we moved to having the cell phones locked on each grade level wing, and then that became an issue because teachers were sending students back to get their cell phones because they needed them for assignment, or students had to leave early, so forth and so on. So it caused a major disruption to the educational environment during the day. I will also say that if we do this, we have to have something that will give schools teeth. Right now, there is no real consistent consequence with this. According to our behavior policy right now, you cannot suspend students or give them in-school suspension for violating a cell policy. So it is pointless for us to implement this without some teeth. I think we're focused on the wrong thing. I think there's so many other issues that we can be focused on right now rather than this. I think also that if we're talking about cell phones being a distraction, we should also look at teachers and staff as well. Working in the elementary setting, there are so many injuries to babies because teachers are not focused and they're distracted by their cell phones. I think rather than collecting the cell phones, we should be innovative and looking at a different approach. There is technology where we can block and stop the usage of cell phone for a desired period of time. And I think that would be more progressive and innovative rather than going back. And I think the reason why that private schools are able to do this is again, because they have very clear consequences on what will happen and they implement those consequences along with the support of parents. So I think this should be a school decision. I think that it is a distraction both for students and staff, but I also think that we need to do more work on this before we take this to a vote.
And before I move to the second round, I wanted to hear Representative Thompson. I know you said you kind of looked at some things, and thoughts going on in your mind, and give you an opportunity if you want to go before I move to the second round.
I'm happy to share. I don't think this is somewhere where we say, so I don't believe the status quo of what we have is good and where we want to be. And I think there's a lot of assumptions around, I hear people saying like root causes and why. But I think there are some assumptions around root causes, like a quick, I don't think everybody agrees on the root causes of why people want to ban cell phones. Some people would say it's engagement and learning and connection, those are good reasons. Some people would say it's safety, and those are good reasons. Some people would say communication, and like actually like if you look at things like, I don't know, the survey we take with students every year, and just their
Panorama.
feeling, not that one, but like their, the one we do through like the student advocate's office and others around young people and how lonely they're feeling, and all the connection. And also there are a lot of reasons that folks are talking about we need guidance. around cell phones, but then also around things like social media. I do think that guidance is important. I don't, I also think that we should think about what our role is as the State Board of Education. As the State Board of Education, I believe our role is to lift up and sometimes identify where there should be something consistent across the board. And I don't think it's, I would imagine that this is actually worthy of us saying, here are places where consistency is good. Here are things where best practices are good, because everybody's not on the same page. And I do think we should have conversations around what is good for all of our kids. I think it's an opportunity. I'm really concerned about how we talk about things like the digital divide. I represent the ward in the city that actually has the worst outcomes around the digital divide. It is not Ward 8. We are behind Ward 8 in two places. It is digital divide and it is adult literacy. And some of the things I'm hearing around the digital divide issues they just aren't true. Like if I was driving home right now, I can tell you, and I've been on the phone with some of you that when I said, oh, I hit Ward 7 and the call dropped, right? Or somebody who has worked on digital equity issues and demanding devices for all of our kids. If we want to solve the digital divide issue, we should solve the digital divide issue. It is not okay that we're saying that kids bringing phones to school is a Band-Aid for solving the digital divide, because it's not. And the digital divide is also about things like infrastructure and access to internet. And a lot of my schools are seeing that. I think it's really troublesome. And I'm not saying that folks can't have conversations around phones used as tools of engagement. I'm saying that it is dangerous to say it's good enough if kids have their phones and we don't supply them with the right devices and we don't take steps as a city to provide the right infrastructure. I think that is dangerous. I think that's not okay. And I think that would impact especially the people who I serve the most. I do think that in general, we should be having conversations around trust and transparency. But I think also sometimes people conflate trust, transparency and control. Because sometimes some of the things I'm hearing about why folks want kids to have phones have to do with the fact that they don't trust the school. They feel like the school isn't being transparent. So therefore they want to have control over their individual kid. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't have control over their individual kid. And I'm not saying schools shouldn't be transparent, but I'm saying that we should actually address those issues instead of saying like, what I really need to do is keep it set up so that I can go, we actually should solve and address that. I also think one of the things we should be talking about and considering as we make these decisions around what we say is good for all kids, we should look back at our SEL standards. Because literally that is not something that we had in place. And one of the reasons I know that Representative Chang and I talked about this is something that we wanted to see the district do is a lot of the things around conflict resolution, de-escalation, building skills like engagement, confidence, mental health, a lot of the things that as we talk about root causes. And so I do think that there is work that we can and should responsibly do as a board. I don't think it's a good option to do nothing. I also think you should decide personally, I think you should decide what's good, why it's good, and then figure out how to do it. I am really worried about starting from a place of all the reasons it won't work. When we haven't even decided what we're saying is best for everybody to do yet. And so I would encourage something that compiles recommendations and our best practices. I would encourage something that has some consistent, appropriate restrictions. And I would encourage us to think about what engagement needs to be done to get there and what resources we should be looking to as far as what we should be considering. But I do want us to be very careful about this digital divide conversation, because I don't ever want anybody to say it's good enough for, and I'm saying this out loud because I don't think that's anyone's intent in this room. But I care always more about impact. What I don't ever want the impact to be is that folks go, oh, well, you know, kids have cell phones, so I don't have to refresh, you know, their laptops. I don't have to deal with the ratio of how many are in, right? So that I think that is actually very dangerous. And I want us to be very careful around how we use that argument.
Thank you. Before I move to a second round, I'm just gonna take one point of privilege because I haven't said anything. I just wanna give some of my thought process on the record for what I'm flying. I feel the way that I do about this particular subject. And I'm coming from a perspective of a person who actually during the day, work at a school, have to respond to parents when an emergency happens, because I've done that several times. And as a parent that really have seen my child and how they operate, that I have both a 10th grader and an 8th grader at this particular time, and watched how this has played out for them. And my biggest thing, because right now I'm listening to all the conversation, my biggest thing for me is content, is basically what you can do on a cell phone that you can't do on another device that's given to you. I had a child who, as he matriculated into middle school from elementary school, what they were viewing in the back of the classroom blew his mind. You know, he was like, oh my God, he came home and he's telling me these things. I'm like, wow, you know, what some of the kids were doing in the back of the class with their phones because they can access certain content that they shouldn't have been able to, even as an adult, but they were. Okay, so that's a problem for me. That's a major problem for me, because I want my child to grow up in the way that I want them to grow up, not have some kind of information given to them because they can get access to it by somebody else. So that was a very big problem to me. And so as I think about this and all the responses that I've had to come to for parents and actually show up at schools, and Brandon, you work with me when we've had a shooting or we've had a stabbing, because we've done both of them. And parents rush to want to know if their child is okay. They were in your ward, Representative Henderson, when I responded to KCP. I hear the argument about this, and I'm still a little bit undecided, but something, as Representative Thompson has said, has to be done. Okay, it cannot not like it's either or. There has to be something done. I'm very open to hearing how we address this. I hear you, Dr. Colson, on how you implement it, because I've seen it where it's implemented well and where it has been implemented not at all and very poorly, and what that means. I come from a bigger LEA. They have money. They are able to do this stuff. They are able to refresh it. They have personnel that can do it. You know, so you know that's a difference. And we spread that cost out across schools, you know, because we have 20 schools, 7,500 students. So it's not like one school in DCPS that has to implement it or anything like that. So I just want to say that before I move on to the next person. I'm still a little bit undecided, but at this point, I do want something done to this. Yes.
It's just an informational piece. So I did reach out to Chairman Middleton's office, which is where this legislation sits. There is no hearing planned, and there will not be a hearing till after the budget. So this is not something that the board has to do now. There's time for things. So I did reach out. The only hearing that they have scheduled before they get into the rest of the budget that is separate from an oversight hearing is a hearing next week on HVAC and key issues. That is the only hearing Chairman and the staff is doing outside of performance and budget oversight. But the HVAC hearing is next week.
And now I'm gonna go through the list as I saw it for a second round, and hopefully we can make these second comments quicker, because we do have a long list of things that are in new business. What I have right now is Goulet, Chang, Johnson Law, team is what I have. And best.
And I'll try to apologize. I'm trying to take good notes here and be responsive to questions that were raised about the resolution. So I'll try to go through one by one. I want to start with what Executive Director Butler just said. I fundamentally disagree with that because of the discussion that Representative Williams and I had. We need to get this done right now so that we can get this funded in the budget. So part of our resolution talks about getting funding. We should be getting this in place for the next school year. And we need to move this resolution at this next meeting so that we can advocate for sufficient funding. So for the smaller LEAs can have the funding so that then this isn't an unfunded mandate. And if we miss the budget window on that, then we miss the opportunity to get this done next school year. So I think there is urgency to it. I don't care when the council votes on legislation. We should be setting a policy as a board to ensure that funding is there, and we should be advocating for it in the supplemental budget, which will be coming down April 2nd, potentially. So the questions that were raised. Number one, why are we doing this right now? I agree with Representative Chang about eliminating distraction in the classroom. I would also add to this, we need to be setting good habits for our students. And being on a phone in an academic setting while a teacher is trying to teach is teaching all the wrong lessons for life. If you try to do that in a work meeting where your boss is going over something, explaining something important, and you're on your phone, you're going to be fired. If you go to college and you're not paying attention to the professor, you're going to flunk out of college. We need to teach good habits starting in elementary school, where students pay attention in class and they learn. Like if we were in our state board meetings and we were all on our phones when the public witnesses were speaking, they would think we were being very rude and we weren't listening to them. Like it's important to pay attention and to listen to what's being said. Representative Best, I think jokingly was texting me in the meeting, but my phone was on the charger on the wall and I was engaged in the meeting. I saw his text after the meeting, but I was fully engaged in the meeting. So even though I think he was, you're poking fun at me there, I was glad that I saw the humorous things after the meeting, but my phone was on the wall and I was not engaging in that banter. The other issues that we want to talk about is the reference was made to double phones. People are going to sneak contraband phones into schools. There's prohibitions on adult material, adult content. You can't bring that in. You can't bring in knives. You can't bring in weapons. You can't bring in drugs. You can't bring in alcohol. There's all sorts of things you can't bring in. So if people are breaking the rules, we have punishments that are short of suspension or expulsion. They're discipline. Like you could lose the ability to bring in any phone. I mean, there are things that you can do outside of expelling or suspending the kid. And we have those right now for all those other things you can't bring into school. I felt Representative Thompson, you covered it well, the equitable access issue on this. We should not be making it incumbent upon families to provide the technology that their students need in class to be able to keep up with learning. Some students have means, others don't. And if we're not making it DCPS's responsibility, the charter's responsibility to provide devices for all the students, then some students feel left out when somebody says, take out your phone, and that student, because they don't have the resources, and their parents don't have the resources, are left out of the lesson. So that to me isn't okay. We shouldn't be relying on personal phones to educate our kids with the digital divide that we have in the city. Like the idea of needing to wait on this and look at more, we've had great public testimony on this. This went through committee last year, and we had a year with the middle schools implementing this successfully, and then testifying about it. The issue of cheating was brought up. I feel like the phones, that's another issue with the phones, is they allow students to cheat easier on that. The other issue, I'm making sure I cover everything that was raised. The issue of why we don't let individual teachers just decide. Well, I think there's a reason for that. Is we want the teachers to be able to teach a full class period. We don't want them to have to collect the phones at the beginning of each class and then give them back to the students. It takes away a lot of learning time and then makes the individual teachers police it. So you may have a class like a technology class where it would be great to have a phone maybe for a few lessons, but then the kid goes to AP history and it's not really useful in that setting as much. So what you want to see is, I think, provide the technology in the classes you needed without forcing the teachers to implement the policy. And I just feel like we've had a really thorough discussion of this. We've had great expert testimony. We've seen it implemented well. And now we need to do what was talked about, which is to create a uniform policy. So when students go up through the system from elementary school, they may be in a charter school, then they may go to middle school at DCPS. But we have consistent policies across our schools so that students, their siblings, their friends, all get in good habits of putting their phone away, paying attention and learning. throughout the day. And I think that's gonna really, we've shown it works at the middle school level. We need to implement it now citywide. And I think that's what our role is as a state board, is to set policy for the city, and we should do that right now. So I know this won't be a unanimous vote, but I think the time has come to vote on it at the next meeting, and I encourage members to support it.
All right, thank you. Representative Chang?
I want to make sure that we are talking about the same and reacting to the same set of text. So Rep Barnes and Rep Best, making sure I'm hearing you right. When I hear you talk about the proposed legislation from Councilmember Pinto, I hear you talk about it as if it's a blanket ban. Is that how you're currently interpreting it?
Excuse me? It's like, nah, I would say. So the way, yes, I mean, I did interpret it as the blanket ban.
So the text
There were
specifically
nuances
says,
to it, but go
the
ahead.
text specifically says, and I think this is important because it creates room in my interpretation for all of the issues that have been raised to be addressed during its actual implementation, right? So the requirement is that each LEA develop and implement its own policy, right? Including establishing specific consequences, which you named, Dr. Colson. And so when I think about, right, the way that this is actually drafted, I don't think that the headline captures the nuances of the actual text. And my understanding is the work will create that it's written in a way that it will create space for, honestly, I think us to also shape how each LEA is doing this and support them to do it best in the way that addresses the issues that we're naming in this conversation. And so I think my ask too to this board is, if the legislation passes, that we don't just drop it, right, but actually work with the LEAs that are in our wards to actually address all of the things that have been raised, because I do think that there's flexibility in the way that it's written to do that.
Thank you, sir. Next was Johnson Law.
Thank you, President Patterson. So two things. I guess we're all talking about two things. We're talking about the council members' proposed legislation, and we are talking about the proposed resolution for us to vote on. The way for our resolution, it's calling for a complete ban. And so my comments are all for, I don't know, for the record, were addressed to a complete ban. One, we really do have to talk about the digital divide, y'all, and talk about equity, because I'm getting calls from schools about why are you all talking about cell phone bans when we actually have the authority to do a cell phone ban in our school, but my children don't have laptops to be able to take home. They haven't updated the laptops since COVID. In the words of Dr. Colson, I feel like we're focused on the wrong thing here. We're trying to sit up here and throw the baby out with the bathwater when it's like, make sure they actually have digital devices in the first place. And half of the laptops, not even half, the school issued devices, the kids are getting on inappropriate websites. So are we supposed to, I'm not trying to be sarcastic, so are we just supposed to ban school issued laptops? Equity. I don't care what's going on in this society. We gonna sit up here and talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And when it comes to Ward 8 and these Black children and these Black babies in our schools who are under-resourced and underfunded, who are fighting for technology, and half the teachers are using their cell phones for them to be able to access some of the resources and lessons because they haven't updated the cell phones, then we need to be solving for that. Where is the funding and the legislation to ensure that they have the proper laptops in the first place? Because if we're talking about advocating for funding, is it better to advocate for funding to implement a cell phone ban, or is it more of a priority to implement funding for you to actually have actual devices that work and are updated so you can actually use them at school?
There was a question there. Can I respond to it? I think Representative Chang raised it. The question was about whether this is a blanket ban in the resolution, but not the bill. So what both the resolution and the bill say with specificity is that the schools, the LEAs have the discretion to develop a policy, but that policy shall ban the phones from the beginning of the academic day till the end of the academic day. But they have the discretion with how they implement that. So we want to give, we want to set a consistent policy based on best practices. And I know others who disagree, but I think it is best practices. But both the legislation and the resolution give the LEAs then the discretion with how they implement that policy through, at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day. And
Yeah. Wait, come on, Representative Boulay, I just wanted to respond to you really quick.
Yeah.
We need to be implementing policies and standards, so children in Ward 8 are not at a 9.5% math level.
Yeah.
We need to be implementing policies and standards, so the children are not at a 17.2% reading level.
well, and I'd like to say that I think this gets us in that direction because the issues with the fact that kids aren't learning in those communities are not helped by phones. They're made worse. All the evidence suggests that a student scores worse if they're distracted during class on these phones than in schools where they have been banned. The public testimony by the experts at our last panel suggested that 1.5 letter grades better if they're not on their phones, if they're not distracted. So I agree with everything you're saying about we need to solve this issue that's dramatic, a tale of two cities with outcomes for learning still. But I think phones make it worse. So we are solving one problem. I agree. We also need the resources to make sure laptops are refreshed. That was a big issue the board raised concerns about 2 years ago when funds were slashed from Central, including a laptop refresh budget. We were concerned about that. And we expressed that concern. So I agree with everything you're saying. I just don't think phones solve the issue that you're getting at, which I do support.
I just don't want us to to take away one problem and then replace it with another, especially if people are just gonna continue to bring phones anyway.
Appreciate it. One moment, team is on, and I want to respect our virtual person. Then you are next, and then Representative West.
Yep, just being really quick. Two things. One, I would also like to echo President Patterson's point that I have also heard and seen like middle schoolers perform sexually explicit acts in class using not their cell phones though, using school devices, accessing explicit content on the internet. I'll leave it there. And my second point is on a point before Representative Goulet just in addition, just for clarification on the language of the resolution, the language of the resolution says like prohibited throughout the school day. And for some schools, like for example, seniors in my school, our school day ends around 1 p.m. because we have fewer classes because we are in an accelerated like curriculum. So seniors have capstones and no APs during senior year. Conversely, my 11th graders, their class day ends around 3:40. And then so for seniors, like from 1 to 3:40, I like to be on my phones. I can like send emails and like calendar invites and like research and do stuff. So I would like clarification on like maybe you could add language saying prohibiting the use of cell phones by students throughout the school day, like while they're in classes or like while they are engaged in school, like some sort of language there. Because my school day ends at 1 and I'm literally sitting in study hall. It's not even study hall, it's just like purgatory for 2 hours and I need to use my phone if I'm gonna like do work. Just those 2 points. Thank you.
I'm glad to have a further, since you addressed me, I'm glad to have a further discussion with you about it. I mean, my inclination still is to support what the legislation is saying and what the resolution says, which is that we do not have the phones coming out during the school day, whether it be lunch, whether it be study hall periods, and because it just makes it incredibly difficult for officials to enforce it. It's just much easier for them to collect at the beginning of the day, give it back at the end. So I hear what you're saying in that individual circumstance, but I just think it makes sense to have it throughout the day. And I'll be glad to follow up though and have that conversation with you.
Last comment.
So I would actually be okay if there were stipulations in there that allowed for teachers to provide spaces where they are doing innovative things with their, where they are able to get it out there and say, hey, I want to use this, time and opportunity where we can use our phones during this time. Guys, there's just like, it comes a time in everybody, it's like in every field where you have to evolve, right? And I think what we're getting at right now is we're trying to keep it at 2001, y'all, right? And so like, that's a problem, right? Especially when our students, they're responding to different things. And so actually, you said you don't think the teachers should have to compete. Teachers are always competing. And when I was taught, when I was a teacher, one of the first things that I learned is that you need to use high interest materials when you're working with your kids. Cell phones are high interest materials. There's so much that you can get done if you leverage certain things. My next thing is, what's the difference? What are the things that you can't do here that you can do here, or that you can't do here that you can do here? So it goes back to that point, like if we're saying we're gonna block it, like Representative Johnson Law said, are we also, eliminating our phone, our computers as well? So just going back to it, there's so much innovation that can be done. There's so much exciting lessons that can be done, high engagement activities. Our kids are saying they're not coming to school because they're bored. Give them something to do that's exciting. Use the things that they like to help bring them back to school. Some of that stuff is real, y'all. And I'll leave it at that.
I think we're at a point where we're gonna recommend that either it's put on the agenda as a resolution, and with, of course, it can happen as far as tailoring that the resolution over the next week or so, or we're gonna assign it to a committee for more discussion. One of the committees that we have before, because we're basically having the same committee again. So we're going to entertain that at this particular time. I'm gonna turn to the director, but to walk me through how we, vote for either or.
Go to appoint to a committee, that's at the discretion of the president. Whether or not you all vote to move it on to the public meeting agenda, that's a separate entity. So you're gonna refer to committee as the president, you have that ability to do so. There's no vote required to refer to committee. That is up to the president about what to do with the resolution. Okay.
That being said,
But is Representative Goulet asking for it to be referred to committee?
This was already in committee last year. This was discussed extensively in committee last year, and that's where this resolution came from, was an extensive discussion committee. And then we had the public panel. So we've done a committee discussion, we've done a public panel. I think it's just time to, we're not going to be in agreement on this issue, but I think it's an important issue. It's just time to vote because there's time sensitive implications of it.
I appreciate that.
I want to add, I agree with everything that Representative Goulet just said. Thank you for reminding us of the context of this has happened at the board. I want us to be clear though, just in what Representative Chen raised and what you responded to Representative Goulet about the text in which we're mentioning. So I think that that's critical if people need to reread that to understand that we are like what exactly we're recommending. I have individual particular responses to some of the concerns that individual representatives have raised, but I'll hold off on those. But I just think it's important that we're really clear on what the language is that we are advocating or voting on to move forward or not.
So I'd be glad to state that, and everybody can reread both the resolution that we circulated and the bill. And if you see any inconsistencies between the two, please let me know on that. So what we are specifically recommending is a ban on cell phones during the school day. That both the bill recommends that and the resolution recommends it. However, it gives each LEA discretion on how they implement that. And there would be exceptions available for students that have an IEP that requires, use of a phone as a learning device. Students who are managing their, like a medicated, like would probably be a diabetic situation or something like that, but it could be other medical conditions through a phone app. So there's exceptions in place for those types of situations. But it is a ban throughout the day, and both the legislation and this ban it during the instructional time but provide that discretion to each LEA on how they would most effectively implement it. And that's how we did it at the middle schools this past year, and it worked quite well. Some did it one way, some did it the other. The one thing I am a little wrestling with still on it is the issue of smartwatches. I don't own a smartwatch myself. And right now, the bill does ban smartwatches. So I would be open to language of leaving that to the LEA to decide whether those should be banned or not, but I feel strongly about the phones because I do feel there's just a greater access to inappropriate and distracting content on a phone versus a smartwatch. So that I would support leaving to the LEA. But to be clear, I think it's consistent with the bill and it does ban it throughout the entirety of the school day.
So what I'm gonna do at this point, because it has been.
Just to clarify, because that's not exactly right for the bill. The bill bans during instructional time. So what Rep Ting is naming would not be instructional time.
So the after part of the day, but it
Yeah,
doesn't
sir.
allow people
No,
to
it
get
could
it
be
out
like
during
lunch.
lunch.
Lunch is
Lunch is
non-instructional.
No, I don't think that's what the bill says. Let me pull up the bill.
And that also aligns with the testimony that we heard from the panel. And also a lot of the work that surrounding counties have done to use the best practices. One particular thing, Representative Colson set out, an article about the recommendations of the principals from the Department of Education, and one of the main ones was to bring parents and students to the table so that there can be more buy-in. And that's exactly what we heard from the panel from other districts, that students and parents could get around, hey, going to and from school, have my phone. During lunch, have my phone. Other times when there's not direct instruction, people can have their phone. So I think that's a critical distinction around instructional time versus non-instructional time.
So why can't schools just do that now?
They can. That's the thing. Schools they can make that decision if they wanted to.
But, okay, can we?
Let's get clarity on this issue though.
I mean, we have, I don't know how many.
We have, exactly.
And this is the first thing. Somebody can move an amendment if they needed to, but Representative Goulet, would you be amenable to modifying the language that says throughout the school day to instructional time? I think it sounds like, I'll speak for myself. I think that aligns with what I would be supportive of. It sounds like I hear the same thing from Representative Williams. It also sounds like I hear the same thing from Representative Chang. And honestly, it does not impact the spirit of what you have going on. I would just remind us that we are not a school board. It's not like we pass this and then it becomes policy. And so from my perspective, what I would encourage folks to also consider is not just like, yes, we should, and we can host and bring people to the table. We can use our power to convene and have conversations. We can do all that so we can think through the how. But as far as what I hear folks describing is being able to put forth something that says there should be some consistent policy around this, which would have more restrictions than we have now, but they should be consistent. That's essentially what I hear. I do think that we can like negotiate some of that over email and all the different things around getting the language right. And I would encourage us to think about what are other steps we think that are just beneficial to getting to a place of good implementation over time, because no, this will not go. It's not like we pass this and it goes into effect. But if it does become law and if folks are required to do it, it will behoove us to start to do some engagement and research and all the things so that our schools can be equipped.
And
May I respond to that?
if we can do this very quickly, because I'm about
yes.
to put a motion that we recommended to be put on the agenda, so I would like to do this very quickly.
Yes.
We exhausted a lot of time.
But Representative Thompson asked me to commit to some, so I have concerns about that. And I was just, not to get myself in trouble with Representative Best, but I was just texting back and forth with Representative Chang about this issue. And
So you were using your cell phone?
yeah, I was. The bill does ban it during the full school day.
Yeah.
So to be clear, I think we were saying it just banned it during instruction. It bans it for the full school day, just like the middle schools have done this year. I do not support just calling it instructional time for the following reason, is then that would allow students to get it out for lunch, which then forces the school to have to create another process by which the students go get the phone and then they put the phone back just for lunch. And I don't think that's a good idea because it takes a lot of administrative time to be able to collect the phones, give the phones back. Well, it does. Well, I think you're saying we don't want to do that twice, and you're forced to then do it twice if you allow them to get out for lunch. I think the students would be beneficial. We talked about how students are lonely to be able to talk to each other at lunch, engage with each other on a personal level versus being on the phone for lunch, particularly when there's a huge administrative burden. I think we can get to the issue and solve the issue. I was talking with Representative Chang about this, that Representative Ting raised, where you have the school instructional time essentially ending at that point to then collect the phone, because then you don't have to collect it and then pass it back like you would for lunch. So why don't, if it started with you, Representative Thompson, I'll work with Representative Ting and yourself on that language to try to address that very specific concern. If that works.
All I'm asking is that we use the time between now and our public meeting, to come up with language.
Yes.
And, right, and like, cause that's all I'm asking, is if you would be amenable
Yes.
to working.
I would be very much so. Yes, I will look forward to working with all members on any changes they would like.
So at this point, I'm going to move that we recommend it for, the agenda of the public meeting, and that we will call roll to do so.
Representative Mayor.
No, we don't. Sorry. We have to do that. I'm sorry. No, well, we're leaving.
Mayor.
Representative Ting, it's a yes or no question.
Just yes, no.
Yes.
Representative Best. Representative Chang,
Yep.
Representative Colson,
Not in its current state.
Representative Goulet,
Yes.
Representative Henderson,
Yes.
Representative Johnson Law,
No.
Representative Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Williams,
Yes.
President Pat.
Yes.
Ayes have it.
Correct. I appreciate the passionate conversation around this, and now we can move to our next item, which was the youth town hall debrief, and I'm coming back to you, Dr. Fletcher.
Okay, I'm gonna make this very brief.
Please.
And actually, you will all be able to hear this again because the organizer of the event, so just the 4th annual youth town hall, was held, on Wednesday, January 22nd. It, brought together, it was organized by the DC Girls Coalition. It invited, city leaders, including state board members, Williams, Goulet, Henderson, and Johnson Law were there, and council members Truman, Nadeau, Pinto, Robert White were also there, as well as someone from the Attorney General's office, the first Assistant Attorney General, Lauren Hardy, was there as well. It had over 100 students, very well attended, and it just heard from students' experiences in school and in their communities, issues that they faced. When they raised it, it was broken up into students. Most of it was broken up into students sharing these experiences, and then state board members, council members reacting to those, what they lifted up. So for example, one student, in fact, it was one of the SAC members. It was well attended by SAC members. One of the SAC members mentioned an eviction notice and having to help their family with that issue. Council members and state board members heard this, reacted to it. Everything from bullying came up, nutrition, water quality, a lot of things came up. And so following that, we were broken into breakout groups. I was with Representative Henderson. We heard more from students as well. I lifted that up as well as other breakout room adults, lifted up the notes from those, shared them with the organizer. The organizer, Christy Matthews Jones, has signed up for the public meeting and will share what they heard from students and lift that up and ask the state board to advocate for any changes and like that. So any questions? Thoughts? I thank you members for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Fleischer.
Mhm.
Appreciate that. I'm now going to move to the next item, which is the expert panel discussion. Representative Chang.
Sorry, the expert panel discussion, you're just calling me out to reflect on it or to think about?
It's based on your email that you sent, recommended changes.
Right.
Ah, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I feel very strongly about this, y'all. Okay. I mean, our meetings on
Okay, sir.
Wednesdays and the public meetings are very long and unwieldy. My proposal is that we separate out the expert panel to a time when, we find more people can join virtually, or in a different location. Maybe we could move them to different parts of the city, right? And be able to, therefore, I think, get different audiences to participate, both as experts, but also as part of the discussion. And it would make it easier for our public witnesses to schedule when they actually start. Because right now, depending on how long the expert panel goes, we have a lot of folks who are waiting there for quite some time to be able to, share their voices with us. So, yeah, would love to entertain separating it out from the public meetings.
Thanks.
Any comments?
Well, I've agreed with Representative Chang a lot today on every issue, but I would disagree on this one for the following reasons. So one, it is relatively easy to predict how long the expert panels are going to take. It's the representative, they get 5 minutes for testimony apiece, I think. And then the members each get a 2-minute round of questions. So people who are regulars at these meetings can predict with almost certainty how long that's going to take in our agenda. And we put our votes at the end of after the public testimony, so that's a variable that we don't force the public to bear. I think we've really actually created a great system right now with the virtual testimony. So members of the public who do want to come down and be seen in person and make the trip down to our building here, which is actually a metro accessible location for everyone in the city, really, who does have access to public transportation. That's why I like 441 as a site for these meetings, because it's accessible to everyone who can access public transportation. Secondly, we now have a virtual option that allows people to testify from their home if they choose to, because they can't make it down here. They can testify virtually. So I think we've done everything we possibly can to expand public engagement. The concern for me is then creating 2 meetings. Like, we already are all working second jobs and time is precious to us. Scheduling then a third date during the month to split out an expert panel from the public would be concerning to me, particularly when I think a lot of the public testimony that you get sometimes at these meetings is in reaction or on top of what is discussed at the expert panels. So I think you'll have public witnesses show up just to hear the expert testimony, and then they react to it or supplement it or sometimes disagree with it in their own personal testimony that they give. So I do like the way it is right now. I respect what you're saying, but I would support leaving it as it is. That's just my personal opinion.
Is there any other comment? Very quickly. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to refer it to committee. I'm actually, although we don't have all our committee constituted at this particular time, put it in admin so that it can be discussed a little bit more. Because I think it does need some consideration, but we're not going to be recommended to be changed at this particular time. So that's what I'm gonna do with that particular, item. Okay, Representative Chang? All right. I want to keep moving.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we're gonna be talking about the public witness testimony flow. Vice President Williams is not here, but this was brought up as basically, it was just a.
Representative Chang.
Yeah, from Representative Chang as well, so he can chime in as well, but I can speak for some of the conversations that I've heard. It's just the order. A lot of times we do a lot of the meetings based on how they came into the queue or when they signed up. So you have this discombobulated, so to speak. A few members here that are in person, then you have a few that's virtual. What has been suggested is that you try to combine virtuals together and the people who are in public together. That thereby, when you have people that are virtual and they don't need the table or anything like that, you can lump more people into that particular panel of people that are coming to testify. As opposed to people who are there in person, you may only go 4, maybe 5. So it cuts down because every time you have a panel, you are basically creating 45 minutes of conversation when everybody has 3 minutes and has to talk and everything. So that was something that was discussed. And basically what it comes down to is just saying it's not a first come, first served kind of basis. It's based on if you're coming in person or if you're coming virtually to testify. That was what was put on the table. That was discussed. And Representative Chang, if you would like to chime in, if I missed some part of that.
All good, thank you.
I have feelings on this one too.
I'm sorry, I wanna make sure I understand what we're solving for. Are we solving for like the meeting logistics and are we like what are we solving for?
I think what the goal is to shorten meetings. They become so long because there's so many panelists. Like, we're not gonna get 31 people like we had last time every single time. But like toward the end of last month's public meeting, we have a number of people that we could combine all into a larger panel because they were virtual stuff. But what we did is we stuck to the script of how you signed up. So what they're asking for is to consolidate time based on how you signed up to testify.
So, okay, so are we saying that all the virtual people, like, okay, currently as it stands now, it's working 5 people to a panel. Are we saying that we want to make larger panels so that the meeting can move more quickly? And that would be true for if you sign up virtually, then you're gonna automatically end up on a larger panel? Yes. So
That's what's been discussed.
so wouldn't that then advantage as far as engagement, folks who show up in person?
Not necessarily. If we expand the panel size for every group, right? As one example, or cluster the virtual ones together, because I think actually one of the pieces of feedback I had is operationally, I think it's really hard for Director Butler when she calls someone's name. There is a long pause if they're virtual for us to figure out if they're there or if we need to move on to the next name, right? There are little things like that that just make it challenging right now, I think, because we're still learning how to do it hybrid. But yeah, I mean, I'm naming that the meetings are unwieldy, and I think we lose a lot of people because they're unwieldy. And the question I have for the group is really, what are some of the changes we could implement to make it more efficient, right? And I hear what you're saying, Rep. Goulet, around not wanting to move the expert panels out, but I'm not happy with it as is, right? I don't think it's doing the best that we can be doing as is.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand what was being proposed and what we were solving for. I mean, I would say when I go and testify, like before the council, and I've been doing that for a very long time. Yes, I do the math and predict my place and all the things. So that is possible. But one of the worst things is when you get up there and you're on a panel of like 20 people. And you sit there and wait and you're sitting there during that whole discussion time and nobody asks you a question. As far as the experience on the other side of it, I do think there is some efficiency to be had as far as like if we organize folks and said, okay, we're gonna do the in-person people first, just to like move it along. And then you did the virtual folks, because I mean, at least they're not getting home as late, they're probably already at home or whatever. And so you could, like, from a logistics standpoint, but I would caution us from saying that I do think that our experience is important, but I also think the people who take the time to come and share with us their experience is important, and we have to navigate both ends of that. And so that would be my 2 cents as far as how we can cut down on some of the, like, the frivolous transition time, without cutting down on folks' engagement time with us.
And so, very, very quickly,
Yeah, and I'm glad to just have this discussion in the admin committee. We have 11 public meetings a year. I actually don't think they're unwieldy right now. I think sometimes they end around 10 o'clock. That's fine. I loved it when our Green New Deal for schools kept us there till midnight. I think it was awesome. It was exciting. I was energized. I loved it. I mean, it was great. So I like it the way it is. I think if what we're talking about there, we're gonna run into another problem, and that some people like to testify on a topic together, so you'll have 4 or 5 people sign up together. And some will be virtual, some will be in person, but they want to speak on the same topic and they want to be signed up together. I feel like I can concentrate enough to, if there's 3 people at the table and 2 people online, to figure that out myself. And I really want to echo what Representative Thompson said, is I think it's a real problem if we make the panels too big. I don't want panels of 10 or 15 people, because then we're really not providing any meaningful back and forth. We're not really delving into what people testified to and having a meaningful engagement with them. And it just feels like it's an assembly line where people are coming and reading a statement and then there's no engagement. So I think 5 should be the most for a panel. And if this becomes such a thing where we're so popular that we're here till 1 a.m. or something like that, then maybe let's think about it. But I don't think it's to a point where it's unreasonable at this point. So I like the way it is right now. That's
I
just my
appreciate
sense.
that, and so what I'm, just as I did the previous one, is once we constitute the, committee, I'm going to admin for a little bit further discussion. Recommendations. With that being said, I'm going to move to our next one, which is, furthering admission inclusion and representation fair act, 2025, Representative Goulet.
Yes, so this bill was discussed at length on the issue of legacy admissions, ending legacy admissions, and preferences for students that have either they were born into a certain household setting or they're in a household setting that has money. And I know this wasn't a unanimous vote last time, but I do still feel strongly that it's the right thing to do. This bill, we decided to split off from the resolution last year because we thought the council was going to introduce it. They chose not to. We would have been reintroducing it anyway this year. So this issue went through committee. We talked about it at length. The bill is identical to what we adopted in the resolution, except for one change, which I'll discuss right now. And that was we changed language on, we had it as Pell eligible students. If you had 30% Pell eligible students, that they were exempt. That covered all of our universities here in the city, except for, I believe, American, Georgetown, and GW. Howard was exempt, UUC was exempt, I think Gallaudet was exempt, because they have a large number of students who are Pell eligible. We changed it to just saying 30% Pell grants and removed eligible, because there was an expansion of Pell grants under the Biden administration that was quite large, but they didn't expand the pot of money. So we didn't want to have a situation where universities had a loophole essentially, because they said, we have a lot of students who are eligible for Pell grants, but they weren't actually on Pell grants. Right, so that's a very minor change. Everything else is similar to what we approved last year. The bill's been circulated. I haven't seen any major changes to it. So if anybody has any changes, I'm glad to work with you between now and Wednesday, but I would ask that this be put on the agenda for vote to transmit to council.
But I just want to, like, for bills and resolutions, you all could send them to the staff so that we can have proper record of them before, like, so that we can put them on SharePoint, so that if people have things, because it's unwieldy for us if it's not done, or like it's not formatted correctly, those kinds of things.
Okay, so I think this one was formatted correctly. I sent it with the nurse resolution.
Which
Or
got
the
sent
nurse-
back to me by the secretary's office, and I had to go back in and reformat it, so I'm just asking if you want to just send it to us.
Wait, I'm
No, I'm
confused.
just like, I'm just being like, it was a simple thing, but there was no line numbers, and so she had me to send it back, I just wanted. to
Okay, so
FYI.
line numbers.
So I'm just asking if you all would just send it, we can double check those things.
It's also not just you, but we're gonna.
Yeah, it's not just you, but it's like in general.
But I'm saying, I think you have the bill.
That's what
You've had it
Yeah.
since I sent the.
Yeah, I mean, like, before it was put on the agenda, but yes, we have it now. We sent it Friday.
No, I think I sent this like a month ago.
I think he did, that he put, and I remember we need to discuss this in here, but I think that he's saying he believes he transmitted it when he transmitted the nurses the Tuesday.
I think
Regardless of the format.
That's what he was.
Right.
Jen can open that.
So with that being said, that being. Representative Johnson Law.
I just have I guess a point of clarity question, I guess, for you all as a board, for us, like, I'm speaking for myself, for me as a new member, you guys already approved this. So you all did not approve the legacy admission.
There was a resolution.
Oh, so that's two different votes?
Yes.
Okay, a vote resolution versus a submit to.
Yeah,
Council.
legislation that goes together.
Okay, thank you, that was my confusion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna make recommendations that it be put on the agenda. That being said.
I'm the one, okay. Representative Mayor?
Yes, so thank you to Darren and Karuna who have worked really hard.
I'm
Sorry,
Sorry,
guys, I was falling asleep.
It's a long day, it's been a long school day.
Yes, I vote
Right.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Tank?
Yes.
Representative Best? Representative Chang?
Yes.
Representative Colson?
Abstain.
Representative Boulay?
Yes.
Representative Henderson? Representative Johnson Law?
Yes.
Representative Thompson? Yes. Representative Williams?
Yes.
President Patterson?
Yes. All right, thanks, everyone. Moving on to, SR 25-1, addressing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning issues in the District of Columbia. Representative Merritt, it is now your time.
This is me now, okay. So as I was saying, thanks to the hard work of the staff and the panel that we had at the last public meeting, there have been many revisions to the HVAC resolution. I don't really want to go through everything. I think that if you have any concerns, we should talk about them, but I imagine that you are all as tired as I am. So with that said, does anyone have anything they want to discuss if you've read it? Or I can go through these points.
I will
if
be
you would rather.
You will be very quick.
quick, yes. So I do have concerns with some of the language in here. I'm not going to go through it in detail right now. I do support it being on the agenda. So I'm gonna, because it's gone through the process. We've had a panel on it, but some of the language concerns me greatly, so I would be interested to work with you on the language, but I would be moving amendments to it from the dais if the language isn't changed. But I don't know if members want to go through that right now, or if I just maybe put it on email.
Email would work great for me.
Any other comments?
Include this data.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Like, I just want to know what's coming.
Okay, so I'll try to be succinct with it, it talks about, a lot of you would know this, Representative Thompson, I know you know this, Representative Patterson, I don't know anybody else's length of stay in the district, is 15 years ago, our buildings were a wreck. They were a disgrace. We put in place Office of Public Education Facilities Modernization, OPFM, which eventually became DGS. And things really are so much better than they used to be. And I would actually look to any school systems. I think we have some of the finest buildings around. So when I see language like talking about neglecting HVAC systems, led to poor air quality and things like that, that doesn't, I don't think, speak to the results we've had. And we're not perfect. We've got some schools that still have air issues you know, we've got work to do in some areas, but I feel like this paints a negative picture of the district's school modernization efforts and a negative picture of our building conditions that I don't think are fair. And I think don't paint a good picture for our school. Like just even simple language, like talking about that by 2030, we should prioritize HVAC maintenance and system updates. I think we're doing that now. I actually really do think we're prioritizing those now. I don't think we should wait till 2030 to do it. If you have a school that's got poor air, you know, we shouldn't be waiting till then. You know, and then we get into, you know, issuing clear guidance on donated air cleaners and things like that. I don't know why DGS doesn't want them to bring in air filters, like individual air filters. There may be a reason for it. I don't know that or not yet. So I'd like to ask DGS. It could be that there's a restriction on that or a regulation. And then, you know, we are citing this ASHRAE standard as something that we need to meet. And I understand it's a global organization that puts these out there, but is that the right standard for our schools? I'm just not necessarily convinced that it is. So like, it's the tone of this. I look at all the improvements we've made and I don't like the tone of some of the phrasing, and not that I'm criticizing the resolution itself, but I think a different tone would be helpful. And then like saying we're going to meet an ASHRAE standard, which I don't know if that is really necessary or achievable, concerns me a lot, because it then sets a precedent that we are going to meet it. So I don't know if any other jurisdictions meet that. And I just need to maybe learn more about it. And I'll be glad to have the discussion to learn more about it, but those are the nexus of my concerns.
That's helpful, thank you.
Comment, Representative Team.
Yes, contrary to Representative Goulet, I will be extremely long, take 2 hours. No, I just one small thing in terms of the biennial. No, I don't think that would be a good idea. In terms of the biennial thing, biennial versus why not 3 times a year or 1 time a year? Maybe you could add a whereas clause describing the reasoning behind biennial, because as someone who is not an HVAC technician, I don't like. I would love to have like that kind of whereas clause.
Got it.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in here. I think there's a middle ground where I appreciate the work that Representative Mayor has been doing in that small language tweaks would get me to fully support this. The council has made a decision to hold a hearing next Tuesday on this issue because of a lot of the complaints and issues that have surfaced. And in going to a lot of my schools, there are chronic issues that have been addressed. The list, as I'm sure many of us can attest to, of DGS, right? You know, is considerable and impacts our experiences in schools. So I think, Representative Goulet, to me, there's this middle ground of acknowledging that, yes, maybe we have made progress as a city, but there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. And there's an urgency to being able to do that because we have so many students based off of the council's concerns that are going into buildings that are cold, that are damp, and that are not suitable for learning. So I think there does need to be more attention to this in an urgent fashion.
If that's the case though, because we referenced the 87 high priority open HVAC issues in the work orders, we should be adding something to this, stating that there should be funding to fix this stuff. Like that's what's kind of, the council's holding hearings and talking about all this stuff, which is just mind boggling to me because they control the budget. So like, if you're like, I can't speak to schools in Ward 1. If there's chronic issues that really need to be fixed, that are health and safety hazards that are out there, we should be changing this resolution to call for those to be funded immediately and fixed. Like if those are really endangering our students, then the council needs to get going on funding this because they control the appropriations. So I think we should be changing this up. If that's the case, if this is really a chronic health issue, this should be a lot different in terms of saying city leaders, the mayor and the council need to fund urgent issues in schools that are making our kids sick or that are hurting our child. And I just don't think I know there's some issues and I've seen it in my ward too with hers.
I
But
mean, we had students at Cleveland Elementary School that were hospitalized this year because of a spillage issue, for, gas leak. There is mold in Cardozo's pool and no lights work in the locker room. The list order, at multiple schools of DGS is over 40.
Yeah.
We're talking about so many things. So like, I think there's a tension in which I have continually advocated through my council member and in which some things are being done, but I do believe fully, I know that this is a chronic issue. So if we need to take a different approach based on what you're saying, I would agree with that, but I think something needs to be done.
Well, I think we need to take a wholly different approach because DGS can only fix what it has money for. Like they only can, like, I mean, they're given a capital budget and a maintenance plan based on the money that's appropriated. So we actually need to switch this to calling the deputy mayor for education and the DC council. And we need to be calling on the council to adequately fund our schools, because they're the ones failing, it's not DGS.
No,
I mean,
I would disagree with
Absolutely.
that.
Well, how so though?
I would disagree with that. I wish we had more time during our panel discussion when DGS was there. Again, for school-based employees, they can tell you that there are so many work orders that have been put out and that have just been closed. DGS will come out and look at things and close and not resolve issues that are longstanding. I agree with Vice President Williams that this is a chronic issue. There's mold in Whittier. There's a major issue with the HVAC system in Roosevelt, and that building was just modernized, and now they need to do a complete modernization all over again because we're putting new systems into an old building and they don't align. I cannot speak for my council person who does chair this committee that DGS sits under, but it's my personal understanding that the approach is to go directly at DGS, not that there's a lack of funding for that. So I would agree that maybe we should look at this differently. And then to your point about the ACER standard, I think because we are talking about our children, we should set the highest standard and we should ask the schools and DGS to meet this, not to say that we don't necessarily need this because we're talking about health issues for students and for staff members. If you recall the testimony from the staff member who was working in the basement, and we had the testimony from the parent whose spouse was sick, and then the child was bringing home issues. So I think that this is a very important chronic issue, and I think that it is a DGS issue, not a funding issue.
Last comment from Lieutenant Grant.
I think that both can be true and are true. I think that both the standard isn't high enough and DGS and agencies don't have enough resources. I think that as this is currently written, this mostly addresses the standards issue because based on the research that I have done in my own experience in schools and the experiences of my peers, the standard isn't high enough and DGS isn't investing enough in these schools. And also they don't have enough from the council and from the mayor. And I think that I don't have anything against adding something about funding. I think, like, honestly, I support it. I think that we can do that. But I do think that this is a really important step to making sure that the expectations for what our schools need to be like is established with no questions and with no room for DGS to say that they don't have time or that they can't do it, because that is what's happening. And that is why it is difficult to be in classrooms in many schools in the city. So
Can I ask you a quick question to
Yeah.
either you or to Representative Polson who raised this? Can either of you articulate what this standard that's in here means for our systems that we currently have right now? Do any of our systems meet it? Would all of our HVAC systems need to be replaced? Would systems that are based on boilers have to be replaced with electrical systems? Can either of you articulate what qualifies the standard that's in this resolution?
I think that part of the issue, which is addressed in terms of transparency, is that, like, we really don't know. Like, DGS is not clear about what is going on because there are work orders that they say have been met that if you go into that classroom are not, that like nothing has been done. And I think that I don't have a clear, like, and we've done research on this, like, I don't have a clear understanding of what DGS's expectations for themselves is, because what they say they do is so different from what is actually happening in schools. And I think that this is an important step to raising and clarifying those standards so that they can't continue to do what they've been doing.
If I'm
I
not
wonder if there's a
mistaken,
recommendation
if,
that I could make, like, since there is a hearing specifically on this with DGS, it's a joint hearing between, council members, Mr. George and Chairman Mendelson. Like, is there an option to take some of these questions that you all have about DGS and about the standard and to put them for, like, as questions, to share with, like, you know, again, Councilmember Lewis George and Chairman Mendelson to potentially ask DGS? Or like, cause like they're gonna be questioning them, like, is there a way to get more information? So that if something comes out of it, is their response, or maybe they can apply in writing, to then be able to circulate that back to you all to like feed in or to get more clarity around specific things, since there is a hearing before the vote on the resolution is even.
Why don't we ask DGS in writing? Why don't we ask them?
I mean, you can, that's.
I mean, like, we could ask
Again,
DGS
that's-
these questions.
So I will say, we did share some questions with DGS, and we have not gotten a response back.
I'm gonna come back to you, Representative Mayor, your thoughts on those comments.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think that communication with DGS is important, and I don't know, I heard that the hearing is the invite only. I'm not entirely sure what the situation with that is. This is the first time hearing of it, but I am always for communication with the council and with DGS, so whatever that can look like.
Representative Thompson.
The hearing is invite only, but the hearing is invite only, because it's targeted at specific schools that are having acute issues right now. So, that being said, I do expect, DGS will still be, present, to answer on some of those issues. It is, totally and wholly possible, if there are, performance and oversight questions, that we can share them, with council members to ask. I think that, as I listen, to this discussion, I think there's a couple of things that I am hearing, and this is not necessarily agreement, it's just, this is my recap. What I heard Representative Goulet saying is, and this is why I was like, I want to know what's coming, is that he feels like the tone of this doesn't speak to the progress we've made. And I don't think, I think that is one thing that is, like, yes, is true. Like, we have made a lot of progress on our buildings. What I also hear Representative Goulet saying is he has some questions about the standards we're asking everyone to meet. And so when he asked, well, can someone articulate the standard for me? It was about the, and I'm gonna mess up the acronym, but the specific standard around air quality, not questioning anyone's experience with DGS in particular, and their standard of service. What I hear Williams and Colson saying is that there are certain things that are DGS things that they are not doing, both on the modernization side and on the maintenance side. But I also hear Boulay saying that part of it is because the money isn't there. If I think that as far as this resolution is concerned now, it is possible for us to, if it's about feedback and tone, and if we're calling for specific things around HVAC, I get it, and we can do that now, but some of the things that are listed, or I heard people raise, go beyond HVAC and air quality and are larger, DGS issues. And so I think that for Executive Director Butler's recommendation around follow-up and performance oversight, is helpful, because it's all of the things, right? And so I, don't know what else we need to discuss like tonight, as far as this resolution, but I do think it's important for us to think about what avenues do we have to address some of these persistent, issues. And so, I'll look forward to Representative Goulet's feedback. I also hope, I'll take some time and send my feedback as well. But I do think it's also important, since we are actively in performance oversight season, to raise those things. And I would encourage the leadership to follow up with Director Hunter about responding to our requests, since it has not been responded to.
May I just say one last thing, please?
Go ahead.
I just want to speak to the question with the ask to articulate the standard, and I just want to remind the board that this was given out during the last hearing, and I remember reading this, but I cannot tell you, I cannot answer your question, but if I could recall, I believe 241 was the latest standard that came out post 2020, and we had not risen to that standard. I could be incorrect, but I know that all of these standards were broken down in the literature and the testimony that was given out during our last meeting. So we can refer back to
Yeah,
that.
and Mayor Shriver, I agree with what you're saying with that. What I'm saying with the standard is what does it take to meet the standard? Like, would it require us stripping out all the HVAC across all the
Gotcha.
schools?
Okay, yeah.
And if so, I'd like to know that, you know, particularly schools like, there was this discussion about Whittier, about replacing the boiler or something like that. And we're gonna replace the school in 2 or 3 years anyway. So like, I just like to ensure this is a doable standard within the financial resources the city has. And I don't know that right now. And I guess that's what concerns me. It is the highest standard, but is it achievable? And that's,
So,
I don't know.
Representative Thompson, I just have a question for you. Are you in the process of that we put it on the agenda and you'll work with Representative Mayor on some of the language for it to be on the agenda now, or are you suggesting we wait?
I'm suggesting that people read it. I think we also, people should start to send their feedback. And that if we get to a place that we bring it for a vote, we bring it for a vote. I don't see a need to not put it on the agenda. We can always remove it from the agenda. We can always amend it. But I guess I'm encouraging folks to take what they can from this discussion and then take the time beyond this discussion because there's some unresolved questions. And so I was just articulating the questions that I heard and acknowledging that we don't have to have an answer to all of those this evening, but I did want to make sure that I understood the questions people were raising for my own consideration as a member.
Okay. So I appreciate that, Matt, and I appreciate that clarification. So what I'm gonna do is to recommend that it be put on the agenda. As was just stated, you know, it's bullet, but I'm recommending that it do be put on the agenda, for a public meeting. On the 19th. Director. Paul. Put on the agenda. Vote.
Okay.
Can I say?
Yes.
Yeah, please send over your notes, and if any of you have notes, please send them so that it can pass hopefully, without much struggle.
So can you provide more clarity to us too, please? On like the standard, because that's what I need to understand. Like, I will be glad to provide language changes, but that will be informed by what it would take to meet that standard.
Yes. Not right now, but.
No, not right now. No, I know.
All right, Representative Mayor, Representative Tang,
Yes.
Representative Best.
Aye.
Representative Chang,
Aye.
Representative Colson,
Aye.
Representative Boulay,
Aye.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law,
Aye.
Representative Thompson, excuse me. Vice President Williams,
Aye.
President Patterson,
Aye.
and Ms. Bowe is in place on that.
Thank you so much. The next item is a couple of items. I get to speak on, SR 25-3, establishing committee structures and assignments. There's no resolution at this particular time because the leadership has not gotten together and just kind of decided on those, but we will do that. Make sure that the resolution is tight, you know, depending on where people show interest to make those for the public meeting. So what I'm asking, you put this resolution on the agenda, so that we can assign, members to committees. Discussion.
Again, reminder will go out with the retreat notes. So that you all, some people did submit some already, but for those of you who have not yet submitted, it's so digitally, that the external committees will be included in that.
The next one is education as a civil rights resolution, again, coming to myself. In this particular one, I know I sent out some information on it. I know you had working group with Sunset, and there's been a lot of this discussion concerning, even the information that I sent out recently. The resolution that I sent to each member was a working, for me, was a working resolution. It wasn't something that I would propose to be on the agenda coming up in the next meeting. What I'm, requesting is that we form a task force so that we can have outside entities, and that's why I'm saying a task force as opposed to a committee, so that other entities that have expressed concerns and would like to be included in the conversation around this particular issue can be put together and they can be part of that discussion. That's what I'm asking for this particular issue. Love to hear further discussion.
I can start. I think the spirit of this is very well intended. I think that the timing and the reality of it is not so much. And there's a lot of conversation around the threats to you know, our charter, our local autonomy, and our school system. And so I don't believe this is the right time for moving this forward in that way to get more attention to our schools in that way. I think I'm also concerned with like the mechanism of how it would be. So I would want to do more work to figure out what the mechanisms are that could help us get to the goals of a high quality rate for every student. I certainly believe in that. But I think that at this point, I do not see the need for a task force.
Other discussion?
So I just want to commend you for, I think, taking a thoughtful approach on this. I'm glad there to be a task force if that's what, because I think it's an important discussion and continuing the discussion. I think would be something that would provide a lot of merit, because it could be something like what we're looking at with governance, where we look at it and we come up with recommendations, and then we can decide whether it's the right time to move them or not. So I just want to commend you for, I think, what is an important issue that you've really brought to the forefront here. And if a task force over a period of time would provide, I think, more clarity on it, I think that's really beneficial, because we do have a tale of two cities with our schools. So 100% support the task force, and I think you're on the right track with the approach you're taking with it. So thank you.
Representative Trump, did you have?
I did not raise my hand.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I mean, I don't, I'm a bit, I think I'm a bit surprised, by the ask for task force, so I'm gonna think about it. I think the thing I still don't understand, is what is it that we are trying, what is it we are trying to like accomplish? So I don't doubt, and I have no questions around the fact that we as a body and others in the city want all of our kids to have a high quality education. I am not sure I can articulate or connect the dots between the things we have seen so far and what's been proposed and how that actually is there. And so I want to better understand the thinking around that before I have an opinion about it. I totally understand. That would be hubris to say that. I do understand, I totally understand the climate we're in. I totally understand. I don't think anybody understands the climate we're in. I think the climate we're in is particularly chaotic and confusing. But what I do understand is that there are a lot of questions around the climate they're in. And I know there have been conversations around unintended consequences. And I think consequences are always part of the conversation when you want to be consequential. And I would imagine that we want to be consequential. And so I don't, I think I need more information about not like if we want all kids to be successful, but how does this contribute to that? Before I have an opinion on what is the vehicle we should use, to get there, because I can list off other states in this union who have education and civil rights in their state constitutions, with worse outcomes overall, and in particularly under-resourced and disadvantaged subgroups, and I didn't get them there. And so I can't make those connections for myself, and so I'm looking for just more information around that.
Thank you. Representative Johnson Law.
When I was on the boundary study, like this is like one of the big things that we talked about was making sure that there was equitable, and I'm looking at now to make sure that there was equitable access to high quality schools, and particularly for Black children and marginalized communities. So again, representing Ward 8 with the highest number of children that have special education needs, and that's not already happening, and special education is already a civil right. Two, would a task force, just with how you all have done like different things in the past, like, is that like to do research around it? Do you all need to go through like RB? Would a task force be able to, you know what I mean? Like to get this vehicle really moving, to be able to get more help, to get public buy-in. And if I'm gonna be critical, the task force really needs to center in marginalized communities. We can engage everybody, that's fine, but a lot of times when folks are doing these things, like in the boundary study, we were like, we need to get into the community, we need to get into the schools, because we had a survey, and a lot of the folks who responded were not from marginalized communities. And then there was a somewhat attack on those communities not being responsive to the survey. And we all know why. So I'm just recommending that we really focus those efforts. One, is there a way to get IRB approval to again, survey community engagement, but also to really center it in marginalized communities where families are really struggling. And I understand that we are in as Representative Thompson said, a chaotic and confusing climate. But what is not chaotic and what is completely unwavering is my support for all Ward 8 families and their children, and making sure that they have access. Because what they're going through right now, I'm sorry, not sorry, is unacceptable.
I don't know if there are any other comments. Representative Henderson.
Just a thought of possibly like reframing it. So I think the reframing it around the goal instead of starting with the means. So the goal being high quality education for every student. The task force could examine a civil right as one of many tools to possibly get there. Broaden the discussion so that it would include, to Representative Williams' point, like other mechanisms for making that real, and what Representative Thompson was saying, like, if that's not the answer, can we investigate some other possibilities of how we make that high quality education for every student? And not just, I think too often our answers have been about access, or like that the possibility exists rather than like the guarantee of delivery of it. So I think the conversation is so important, and appreciate that you are bringing it to the forefront. Just a suggestion of how to possibly reframe it and broaden it so that it's considering a range of possibilities for getting that outcome.
And what I'll say to that, and I appreciate that a lot, is that I want to make sure that we do have as much input from stakeholders who have individuals who have raised concerns, timing, our peculiar and very precarious situation as a district and not a state. And I believe all those things can be brought up in a task force. We've had a working group, we've had some things discussed there, but this would allow other entities, that are not our members to chime in on those things in the construction and constitution of that task force. So that's why I call it specifically for task force, and a reframing could be accomplished, I feel, in that task force. So that's what I'm asking.
And I would just say, please read your revisions in the bylaws, because the task force is redefined in those as a group that has non-state board members.
Exactly.
Doesn't necessarily be research, but the task force itself can be.
Exactly.
But so I would just say, that is where there is a revised definition of documents there. All have to consider that when you're making a decision.
So I'm asking, I guess we'll go to form a task force. How that.
So I think we all need to make a decision whether to form a task force or how to move forward. You don't have to vote until you are appointed members to the task force. And that is a statutory resolution, a state resolution. So like the membership, because I think it probably needs to be referred to committee so people can decide who would be on the task force, like who are the seats, like there's a deeper discussion than just, we're gonna move, you all will move forward with the task force, but like literally has to be discussion like who's going to the next person. Unless you all would like to discuss and make that decision now, but like, that's a decision up to you.
But also, and I don't, maybe I didn't phrase this as a pointed question enough, but to do what? Like, I just don't, yeah, like,
Well, my focus from the very beginning has been to get a resolution. If that comes out of that task force, if that resolution comes out of that task force with using what I presented, so to speak, as a template of some of the discussion points, and I'll be quite honest with you, because there was this lot of debate that there was this memo that was informing a lot of the discussion. I felt like there needed to be something that came from a member on the State Board of Education to reframe that conversation and to have that conversation. So at the end of the day, the goal is to have a resolution and the task force would decide on that.
I feel like I'm not really John, but maybe ask me what I'm trying to do. So maybe it's possible I'm just running out of steam because I'm getting closer to 10 o'clock. But I think I'm less so asking about the deliverable itself. But like what it, so like when we just had this conversation around HVAC, for example, we talked about a couple different goals and values that folks wanted to show up. So I heard some goals around like investment. I heard some goals around, ongoing maintenance and kind of like customer service type of issues. I heard some goals around like setting standards for what all students should have when it comes to air quality. And I think what I don't understand and would like to be able to both consider and articulate when I'm asked about this is what are the things that we are wrestling with? And then to what end, right?
What's the end game?
That's, if I'm understanding what Sam Representative Thompson, what are the things that we're wrestling with? And for me to answer that question in particular for you is that we basically have a educational system for parents in particular that has no repercussions if you do not provide them a quality education. So that's it. We have an accountability framework that if we meet this goal, I remember the first time I read ESSA and we put that into place and framework, and it said we were going to have this many kids be proficient and this year, and this was the goal. Well, we know COVID came, so there was some problems with that, but we're nowhere near that at all. But the funny thing about that when I was reading that back in 2017 was that I don't know how to say it anyway, for white kids in certain other parts of the city, we had actually almost met that goal for that particular framework, those goals for white kids. And we were so far behind it for kids east of the river. So when you ask me what is the end goal, it's like, so what happens when you have an educational system that is so inequitable in its ability to provide a quality education? What is the recourse for parents what is their recourse? They can't ask for more resources or, or anything like that and hold someone accountable to that. Basically, you can advocate for them, but there's no other recourse. If there's a best practice or there's some type of resource that's being held from them, there's no one makes them do anything. Nobody makes them address it. So my thing is to be able to address that particular thing, that you can't just say, oh, we're not gonna address that problem. We have this resolution, or we have something that says you should address that particular issue. And if you don't, this is what parents can do to get redress of that issue.
So is it overly simplistic or unfair to say your goal is to identify ways for parents to be able to like do something to the system?
To make them address the system, yes. To address their concern. Yes.
Like, I don't know, if we think concretely, right, like, what are we talking about here? Are we saying sue the city? Are we saying like file a complaint with DCPS? Like, I mean, we're in the system, right? We don't have a school board. We are the state board. I mean, you can go testify at a council hearing, talk to a council member, like, you can switch schools if you need to. I'm kind of trying to get at the what too. And I see, I mean, just to keep it real, like, I see this in an already broader economic climate leading to a universal voucher program for the city that has already been floated by,
And what else?
So I think it will hurt. We have to be really thoughtful about what we are asking, what remedies we're trying to give families. And I think that to me.
I want to answer this question, I'll come to you.
Yeah.
I think, were you to go all the way through the lines that I put in the resolution to discuss this, I discussed vouchers, I discussed ESAs, what courses of remedy that you can look at, that they're not monetary, those type of things, because I've tried to listen to most of the concerns over the last couple of months of individuals. It's like, oh, you want to sue, that's the big thing, a parent did to a particular point and decide that they didn't have the quality education, they want to sue the system. Who do they sue? Do they sue the individual school? Do they sue the teacher? Do they sue the district? And I believe a lot of those things are spelled out in the framework that I'm offering for us to start from. So would love to continue that conversation.
No, I just want to say, I mean, and this is, I was going to say, and it's, I don't know if it builds on, what you're describing, but it is a similar thought, like, I guess it's, but in a different way. I want to understand what we are hoping to get, and at what cost, because there's value and there's cost. I am struggling to see the value, for the following reasons. I don't think that we have done the work to talk about what is it, a high quality education is, and therefore what are we guaranteeing to people? And so, like, if a high quality education to, I don't know, Representative Colson is my kid, gets to be on some type of IT track, and a high quality education for me, is my kid, I don't know, is a prima ballerina, and we don't have some shared sense of what we are guaranteeing to every kid, then you could be right, I could be right, you could be right, and we still end up not only with the same gaps as far as what's provided, but also we end up with a lot of folks just looking for remedies to their thing. And I just don't know how that makes the system like better or stronger. And so I think I'm wrestling with, like, what is it that we are trying to get to? I would like for us to explore and have a conversation about, like, what is a high quality education? And therefore, what are we saying all kids should have? Because I think that is actually a missing thing from this entire education ecosystem. And I don't know how you guarantee the right to something that is so amorphous. It's not there in the first place. So I don't, that's what I'm struggling with, in addition to knowing that, yes, there could be some very real consequences around any prescribed remedies. And so I think worst case scenario, you end up with not actually tackling proficiency and opening us up to some things that we don't want as a city. And I'm old enough to remember that we didn't want charters, right? And the charter law was federally designed to not be a death by 1,000 cuts. But I also know, and I'm old enough to remember, folks being like, you know what? Like, I'm looking for ways out of this neighborhood system. And there were some folks who locally said, right, like all that. So I get it. And I get like wanting us to have some real, not just conversations, but teeth and actions around, quite frankly, providing kids what all of our kids deserve. But I also want to make sure that we are taking actions to move us in that direction. And are not taking actions that could move us away from that. And so for me, a huge first step would be for us to invest the time and energy and resources in what is a high quality education and what should we be guaranteeing to every kid, because I also think that complements our work and our role. Like, that's literally our job. And so I'm 100% with you, and I think everyone else, in saying like there are certain things that are unconscionable and we want better for our kids. But I also want us to have a very intentional discussion about what steps should we be taking to get there. And I can't articulate that for myself.
And I appreciate that. What I'll say, there was, go right ahead.
You can go first.
Oh,
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, I think this has been a really valuable discussion tonight on this, because I think everybody here at the table thinks a high quality education should be a civil right. I mean, you should be able to get a quality public education in this city or any city. And I think Representative Thompson, your point is great. I mean, what is a high quality education? But I think that would be the benefit of having this task force, is to look at issues like that, to define within the scope of the mission of the task force, how we discern what a high quality education is, what barriers do we see to that? Because obviously, there is an inequitable system, inequitable opportunities still, based on where you live. So I think I don't see the risk to a task force, because it's really looking at issues. It's examining solutions to a problem we know is there, to a gap we know is there. And I think that's beneficial. I think, you can propose a task force. You could go through, I guess, the admin committee and then go to the full board, and then its work can begin. I think there's a lot of work to do on this. And I think this is important work to do during a time where we may be really reluctant, as I am. I'm reluctant to open up the home rule charter. I don't think this would be the right time to do it if we ever went that route. And but it provides an opportunity to really examine the definition you're talking about and to get us there. So I think I see value in a task force myself, and I don't think we need to solve this here tonight, because I think that could be the role of members who are on the task force, and then other experts that we would bring in to sit on the task force. So I like the idea of a task force, because I think it gets us there. Yeah, go ahead.
I will say, for me, I'm decoupling us defining high quality education from necessarily education as a civil right. Because I am not convinced that is the right lever to pull. I do think that we should invest the work in defining what high quality education is. And then once we do that, we should discuss, because we would have a better sense of like what we have versus where we need to go. And then we should design the levers to get there. So I want to be very clear, I'm decoupling those things.
Okay.
And just given some of what I have seen and doing my best to manage both my personal sanity and staying informed, it actually does make a huge difference just the things that you list and name things. Like right now, there are literally orders out saying, hey, do a search of anything that says equity. Do a search of anything that says, I don't know, male dominated. Like those things, that is a real part of our reality at the moment. So I want to be very clear that I am decoupling that intentionally for both of those reasons.
So, yes. Go
Mr.
ahead,
Patterson,
no,
then.
let's comment. Make a recommendation.
Folks, I understand that there are orders out that are like that. But we also all took an oath to serve our residents. And in the month of Black History and the good Lord's year of 2025, for us not to talk about diversity, for us not to talk about equity, for us not to talk about inclusion, I cannot stand for that. Especially as a single Black mother of a child with multiple disabilities. And the intersectionality and all of that is everything that we're talking about. And that represents our kids. And I can't speak for everybody else, but for Ward 8, I just will not stand by and allow that type of rhetoric under any circumstances as I serve my residents. They need us to stand up for them right now. No matter who's in charge. Look at the levers. We don't want to sit up here and pull anything, but can we be real? That lever, unfortunately, was already pulled in a public way. That played out on national television. The crime bill. That played out. This is not LaJoy speculating. That played out on national television. And so when we're talking about now in a time where people need us to stand up for them, what are we saying to our residents? And so if a task force, are we not going to say we want to make sure, yes, what is a high quality education? Are we going to say we want our children to have an equitable chance at getting resources? So are we not allowed to say equitable? When we're let me speak for LaJoy. When LaJoy is serving Black and brown students in poverty and everything else on the board. But then my kids in Ward 8 go to every single person's ward at this table. Because we can't get equity. And the things and the funding that they're trying to put forward to make up for the disrespect. And we're not even gonna talk about council right now because we don't even have representation to ensure they're even getting equity right now. So think about the worded kids when they're coming to your schools.
I appreciate that. And I'm gonna be in here and then we'll conclude with Representative Thompson.
So, I'm gonna speak for myself, but I'm also gonna say that I think nobody here, I think, doesn't want, an equitable education, a high quality education for all students in DC, particularly the ones who are furthest from that, right? Based off of our city's reality. I think we have a responsibility, though, to advocate in ways that are wise, strategic, and in the best interest of our communities. And I think we have to grapple with what that looks like together right now. And we also have to deal with the reality in which we don't necessarily have the political, legal, or constitutional levers that other powers do. And so that's also a reality. And we are in a city that is in a unique place, right, as a DC history teacher, of having the federal government take over our ability to control ourselves. And I think there's a real responsibility to not do something and to act strategically in a way that preserves our ability to best advocate for our students and for every kid in the city. And so I don't have all the answers. And I share your goals. And I think we also have to be mindful of the political climate that we're in so that we can preserve our independence.
Representative Best.
Thank you, President Patterson, for one, bringing this up to this conversation that, you know, needed to happen. And I do agree that, you know, something needs to be done when schools aren't performing. But I do have some concerns as well. You know, if it's just a resolution, for resolution's sake, I'm concerned that as currently written, at best, it's a pretty good symbolic declaration. And at worst, it could potentially tear down our system. And so in listening to some of the things that I heard, I actually do agree with what I heard from Representative Thompson about, like, let's define it and then figure out what's the best mechanism to get there, which still addresses the spirit of the resolution that you are putting forward, but maybe even have something that has some teeth. Because as I think about it, there are plenty of things that currently talk about what is already guaranteed. Now, it didn't say high quality, but you know, we all know we have FAPE and we have in our PC municipal regulations that every state, that, you know, each student has the right to a meaningful public education as well. And so, like, I just want to make sure that the direction that we're going in is something that could be more than symbolic. And I think that one, like I said, symbolic, the gesture is right, the spirit is right. But I want to make sure that we're also not, and I'm not saying that this is short-sighted at all, but I'm making sure that we're not short-sighted in just our effort to get to that symbolic place, to where we can also look to that place where we have that mechanism to push it forward as well.
Representative Best, really quick, just for a point of clarity for the public record. FAPE,
Fair and appropriate, yeah.
a free,
Free and appropriate, yeah.
appropriate public education, that is under IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. That is technically not for every child. That is a child who is suspected to have a disability, who is going through the eligibility process, and a child that does have a disability. So I just want that to clarify that when it comes to FAPE for the public record, that is under IDEA for children who are in those categories.
Representative Thompson.
I do my best to be polite because quite frankly, I'm probably a little more blunt than folks I think sometimes have a tolerance for, because I'm a kind person. But you know, sometimes things I have to say do not come off nice. And I mean this with all the kindness, but I think I'm reaching some limits as far as like how it lands, so I just want to acknowledge that. One of the things that really I struggle with as an individual who this is my home in every sense of the word is, as we think about politics being a sport, if it was any other sport, folks that talk shit don't count. It's actually the folks that play and do the work and all the things. And I think sometimes, especially in a place like DC, where we take for granted that you can just say words like equity, or you can just say words like diversity. Like, I literally have spent a good chunk of my career working in places, not just here, like, and I don't even think folks truly understand, because I'm not the person who shows up every single place and like, let me tell you all the things that I have actually done. I really don't think, and I'm very worried about our city not being able to live our values and do the work of our values, because we are so caught up
in virtue signaling and saying, wanting to sound right and do all the things, and it really upsets me. It really upsets me. Like, there is real work that has to be done. Just because you write something down, just because you pass up, not just, and it's not just this body and a resolution or do a statement or whatever it is, does not mean that things actually change for people. That's not how those things get done. And sometimes when you say something and it's the courage looks like showing up and saying the thing. And sometimes courage looks like actually figuring out how to do the uncomfortable stuff when nobody is applauding you to do it. And so I am worried that in this time, we will get so caught up in, okay, well, we might say this or we can't. It is okay to not say something and actually still do the work. It is actually sometimes there's a saying, fools go where angels won't tread. Sometimes going, let me look around and see what can happen if I do this thing, if I say this thing, is actually super responsible. Because what privilege is privilege is not worrying about what has to come down the pipe, because no matter what comes down the pipe, you're going to survive it. And what I know about the community that I am from, that I choose to continue to be in, is a lot of shit that's coming down the pipe I will personally weather, but they will not. And as somebody who makes a choice to be in a leadership position in this city, it's not just good enough for me to say, well, I said a thing and it's nice and I don't make some move for people. I actually have to figure out how to get it done. And I am pushing us to be willing to figure out what we want to do and what are the steps, whether they're boring or they're sexy or whatever, to get it done. Because I believe that other people in this body also have no hesitancy about what our shared values are. And I do not want that to be lost. I don't want that to be lost. I think it's really, really important. And so when folks say, because what has also bothered me, and I don't think has been helpful to the conversation, is like, when it's been like, well, folks don't want certain things for certain kids, or you don't really believe that, or I thought you were gonna be my partner in this. And it's just like, no, like, we are actually all partners in this work. And we should talk about how do we actually make the work work. And it not always be a question of, okay, if you don't see it the way I see it, or if you're not willing to say it the way I say it, then you're not willing to do the work. That is actually really not helpful at this time. Like, when I was a kid, I have 3 sisters. If we got into a fight in the house, we could fight it out in the house. My mom would be like, don't come to me, don't snitch on it, y'all resolve it amongst yourselves. But if we left that house, we did not fight in the streets. And trust me that if somebody comes for one of my sisters, then I'm gonna be in that fight. I say that to say, in this space, in this education space, in local DC, we can fight amongst ourselves about the little things, but what is true right now is that outside of our house, folks are coming for us. And they want nothing good for us. And we gotta be real about that. And so, like, we in the house, we can have the conversation of, I don't like the way you did this, I don't like the way you did that, I don't whatever. But if we get outside and we don't have a strategy around what it looks like to show up and do the things and all the things, we are essentially hurting ourselves, hurting our own family, hurting the own people we care about. And that is the reality of this moment. It's just true.
So what does that make you think is best?
So I think this has been a really great discussion to have tonight. I mean, I just really useful and helpful. I think I just want to take this to a much more boring place though at this point in terms of just procedures to what we're doing right now. I mean, Representative Patterson, correct me if I'm wrong, you've proposed put this resolution up without the intent of trying to put it on the next public meeting agenda, it was to have a discussion, which we've done, which I think has been really useful. And then to refer it to a committee, I think, to look at whether we want to do a task force or not. So I think the points Representative Thompson you raised about whether or not this is wise to do at this time, the concerns from external forces. Yeah, I think all of that discussion would be timely once the resolution comes out of committee, or if it doesn't. I mean, the committee may choose based upon kind of the issues you've raised, that the committee may decide not to move this forward back to the full body, if that's the committee's judgment. And then, it just stays in committee and we don't have to, continue it. Now, if it comes back out, I think then that's when we have this broader discussion, because then we can say, is this task force timely right now to have this discussion? And just the task force part. Then there would be another step after that. If the task force comes forward with recommendations, then we have the discussion we're having right now, I think, which is, are the task force's recommendations in the best interests of the city? Are they in the vein of what constitutes a quality education? Does it involve a civil right? How do we execute that, whether it be the home rule charter or some other mechanism? But I think right now we're just at step one. I think there's 3 steps. We're at step 1, which is Representative Patterson's brought this forward. I think he has not suggested, at least not that I've heard, that we're going to put it on the public meeting agenda for the next meeting. So I think what he's doing is having a discussion tonight and then referring it to committee, as we do any resolution that's not gone through committee yet, in some form. So I think this has been really interesting, but I think the procedural next move is that this goes to committee. On the task force side, the committee decides whether it wants to create a task force, and then the board then votes on whether or not we do a task force. And then once the task force puts a recommendation out, the board would then have to vote again as to whether we support the recommendations of the task force. And then if we decided to do something in law, is in statute, we have to vote a 3rd time then with a 2/3 majority. So I think great discussion tonight, but given the lateness of the hour, I think the next step is we refer it to committee. There's nothing to vote on tonight, I don't think, because we're not trying to put it on the public meeting agenda, right? So you would just, which is your choice to refer it to committee, and then the committee takes the next step. Am I understanding the procedure right? Okay.
May I say something, please? I haven't spoken on this topic and I'll be very brief, I promise. I would just like to say I appreciate procedures and all of that, but I think this proposal brings the elephant or acknowledges the elephant in the room. I think that we need to have this healthy discussion. I think that we should continue this healthy discussion because getting all of that out on the table will guide everything that we do. And I wish that we had more time. I wish that we had this conversation during the retreat. I really do, because there's so many things that we need to discuss and get on the same page. And I will even dare say, I wish we had spent time on this rather than cell phones, because this is really, really important. It really is. Whether we move forward or not, still having everyone's opinion. And I agree with you with the sibling thing and the thing in the house. And I think we are comparing ourselves as one sibling to another sibling, but we are not even fighting amongst ourselves. We're comparing wards to another ward, y'all. And our test scores say that we are not even doing well across the city. Why are we talking about what Ward 1 and Ward 8 or every? We have so much growth to do. And we have a fantastic team here. We have a fantastic family. And I hope that we do not push this back into the corner, but we continue to have this discussion because I think it will drive the work that we do. It's really important. Thank you for everyone who's weighed in on this.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor this any longer. We still got a few more that are still on here that we want to quickly get through. We are now at the 10 o'clock at night. I don't think we all thought we were going to be at 10 o'clock at night. Our recommendation is that it be moved to a committee to discuss.
You have to refer to it.
I'm going to refer to.
There are 3 committees. There's the college career readiness, there's the student engagement experience, and there's the educator. And the admin.
Yeah, because this is involving a task force. Would it be admin that we go to?
I mean, I don't know if it would be admin. I mean, this wouldn't, based on what's written in the bylaws, would fall under admin. So this, in my opinion, would be college career and life readiness.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
that committee would give us suggestions
And
on what
I
should be on the task force, and then who should be on the task force. Then the board has to decide to accept that recommendation.
Director, I agree with you, and so I'm going to refer it to, the college career and life readiness.
Okay.
Yes,
The next thing is the announcement about the National Women's Foundation.
Oh, yeah, I'll be super quick. So just on your way out, right there on the table, you have two gifts from the National Women's Foundation. One is a 2025 calendar on DC women. And then the other one is another calendar, focusing on, women of color in the fight for the vote, also focusing on local, individuals. So it's, there's also digital copies. So if you are a person who like does it more a calendar digitally, there's a handout there where you can scan the QR code and access it that way. So just a coordination with the National Women's Foundation for staff and for members tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. President.
And we have the RCDOT letter.
Yes, I can't wait for this to go in the SOP for, on the books. I'm gonna email this back out, to get for a final review. So that way we can type it up as a letter, right, Director?
I think it's best if you and I can,
Do you want us to connect
that's
offline?
so that because we can put it on letterhead and draft format, and put it on SharePoint so that people can view it.
Okay,
And then separate out the action items that are like for staff to do and for board members to do, and put the letter pieces together and get that sent out to everyone.
perfect. Thank you so much. And there will be another email coming from me to all members. That retreat was not long enough. We need more time. That wasn't long enough. We spent 5,000 years on, for the committees to stay the same and add a sped focus and one with a sped and safety focus. I think we can do better.
Next up, Representative Thompson, Washington Literacy Center budget request letter.
Yep, so, we only have maybe two at this point, providers, that do adult literacy work in our city, and I'm gonna be very clear about what I mean by adult literacy work. I don't mean workforce development. I literally mean, folks who are not functionally literate as adults. We're talking, under a fifth grade education, reading, therefore they cannot actually effectively participate in things like, workforce development programs. The Washington Literacy Center does serve the entire city, but does have, of course, most of their clients are in 5, 7, and 8. They used to have a contract with DHS, which was surprisingly not renewed, and they were told kind of at the last minute. And so they are literally on a week-to-week trying to make their payroll at this point and are in jeopardy of going away. And so I am asking, and we'll send some very concrete information around the board, just sending a letter on their behalf, encouraging that we make investments in adult literacy as a city. And so I did get that information from the executive director earlier today, but wanted to give you all the context of who they serve, why this is important, and the urgency of the situation. So that will come via email, so folks can read more. But my hope is that we can send a letter encouraging investment from the city of their behalf.
And we don't.
No, go ahead.
So when you say a letter, is it a letter to, like, to the mayor? Is it to like?
My
DHS?
recommendation would be to the deputy mayor, or education. And I'll put all this in the
I personally, know the great work that they do. I support them. I know the work that they do. I've seen the impact of, I support it.
And I would say if there's, we do have a meeting with both OSSI and the deputy mayor next week. As that was sent out in my email last month, and so our agenda item. You all would like to add, so if you want this page,
My second item, is about, the use of government funds for childcare. So, a parent who's an ANC commissioner, brought to my attention that they were trying to use, their ANC funds to be able to pay, for childcare at their meeting, which apparently was not, approved. And they were told that that was not an allowable use, of government funds, which then got me to thinking about, all of what I learned, as a state board member. And I think this is something that as the state board, as we encourage, families to be engaged in political processes, should, actually encourage, whether it's the council or whoever else to revisit. Is that if agencies are having, whether it's agencies and the state board, whoever, if they are having things where they want public input, just to have an allowable use of funds, being childcare. One of the things that I also learned, on accident, but that's the best way to learn, is that not all government spaces actually have child-friendly spaces. And so that is something we also should look into. For example, when PAVE reached out to us, to try to provide childcare at our meetings, one of the things that folks don't see, one of the back and forth things, administratively was there even an appropriate space in this building, to have children? Which is how folks ended up in the hallway, which also was not ideal. But as we think about what are the, challenges, we can alleviate for families, I think this is a place that we might want to just do a little bit of research, and ideally, send some type of recommendation around encouraging others to take action. And so that is the quick and dirty, whatever time it is, o'clock version, of the idea.
God bless you.
Thank you. Hopefully that does not mean you are allergic to what I just said.
I'm just no.
I appreciate the spirit, being Representative Thompson on this particular issue as well. I'm for supporting it. I understand what you just want to do research, or are you want to do what is the ask?
I think my ask is that we do some research around it and make a recommendation, to the appropriate body, which is probably going to be, the council. But that's the problem statement, and that is.
As a resident of a ward, then at times, I know this affects their participation. Most of the time, a lot of the time, of where they can show up and how they can show up, without concerns of how their children will eat that evening, or if they're gonna be safe or in a good place. I support this. I support this. Okay.
I would think that this would be referred to the admin committee simply because they're going to, like, it doesn't fall within like the direct school issues. It's more of a intergovernment, like agency to agency. It requires that research, but also someone at some point has to make a recommendation, like back out to the full body. And I think the admin committee would be best position to do that. And just to be able to do research on the issue. Because I just don't know which other issues do, like contacting them here.
And I know this is new, but I'm just wondering if, as we research this, I would be curious if this time could be used for tutoring or is making up something else, aligns with our educational goals rather than just babysitting. Just a thought.
So we want to see if the funds could be used for tutoring at ANC meetings too, or are we trying?
Well, if we're providing childcare, if we're already, no.
Oh, okay. Confused.
Don't let the language hang you up. If childcare is being provided by whomever, wouldn't it also be 2 bites off of 1 apple if we can align it with some other goals, which is reading or math or something else rather than just childcare? That's all I'm saying.
And I think that can come out of the recommendations that comes out of this once we do the work. as far as what understanding Representative Thompson. And so I am recommending it to, actually, as you suggested, to admin, and as a committee. All right. It has been a long night, and I think that was the last thing in the business. I see everybody's expression.
Motion to adjourn.
And now that's hopefully. So with that being said, thank you members for your time and energy and engagement, passion. This is always good. I hope this is not indicative of future meetings during my time as president, because I hope we're not here till 10 o'clock every single night. Members of the public can view, or visit, SBOE.dc.gov to learn how to submit, and present a testimony. All public witnesses must submit a written copy of their testimony to our staff or public. Read all this. Hold on a second. Try to get the German, yes. The topic of our expert panel, with the health, read from our, which is now changed. We are now, well, we changed in the midst of this meeting, is that we will not be having an expert panel for this month of February. There will be a discussion on a work plan asking for public comment on budget priorities. And since that has been already voted on and we're there, seeing no further business before the state board, I would like to entertain a motion.
A motion to adjourn.
It's been moved by Johnson Law. I need a second.
Second.
Okay. Probably seconded. Probably seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Hey.
Please grab the.